Buenos días, buenos días. Eh, Good morning. Welcome everyone. Buenos días a todos y todas. Un saludo, un agradecimiento muy especial a Kunal Sen, director del World Institute for Development Economics Research de la Universidad de Naciones Unidas, cuyo apoyo ha sido fundamental para el seminario que estamos organizando conjuntamente el día de hoy. Un saludo y agradecimiento también a nuestros destacados panelistas e invitados, Javiera Petersen, subsecretaria de Economía y Empresas del Departamento de Chile, William Maloney, economista jefe para América Latina y el Caribe del Banco Mundial, Daniel Saman, economista senior del Departamento de Estudios de la OIT, Organización Internacional del Trabajo, Andrés Solimano, presidente de SIGLOB, Carlos Hayak, profesor de la Universidad de Buenos Aires, Tommaso Ciarli, investigador de Maastricht Economic and Social Research Institute for Innovation and Technology de la Universidad de Naciones Unidas, y nuestro propio Felipe Correa, del Desarrollo Productivo, que también es un panelista. Un saludo muy especial a quienes nos
Special
acompañan
greetings to
presencialmente
those
en
of
Zoom, a
us
Raúl
with
Previch, y también a
us,
quienes están
those
conectados
who are with
en el
us
virtual
in this
en
Raúl
diversos
Previch,
países
and
y
those
territorios de
who
América
are
Latina y el Caribe.
connected remotely
Realmente nos
from Latin
complace
America and the
muchísimo
Caribbean. We are
organizar este
very
seminario
pleased to
conjunto
organize this
que
joint
aborda
seminar
un tema que es
that
central
addresses
para
a
la
subject
región
that is
y el
key
desarrollo
for
económico
the
global.
region and the
Quiero
work in
comenzar
ECLAC. I'd
contextualizando
like
por
to
qué
begin
en ACEPAL estamos
contextualizing why in
impulsando la
ECLAC
productividad de
we
políticas de desarrollo
are
productivo
supporting
y por qué
productivity, productive
consideramos
development policies,
este
and
un
why do
tema
we
de la mayor
consider
importancia hoy
this
día en la
a
región.
subject of
La
great
respuesta corta es que
importance in the
tenemos la fuerte
region?
convicción
And
de que la
the
integración de los países de que
answer
para lograr un
is
patrón de
that
desarrollo más
in
productivo,
order
inclusivo
to
y
achieve
sostenible,
a more
urge
productive,
escalar las
sustainable
políticas de
pattern, we
desarrollo
need to
productivo.
scale up
Es algo
productive
que va de
development
corazón a los
policies,
modelos de
something
desarrollo
which is in
de
the
la
heart
región y
of
que es
the
esencial
development
para
models
su
of the
transformación,
region,
generación
which
de
is
empleo,
key
etcétera.
to
Este es un tema
initiate
que yo personalmente he
this.
trabajado
This is
con
something that
directores
is
generales de la OIT de América
very
Latina y el Caribe, por ejemplo,
that
trabajar
has
el tema de
been
creación de empleo en
discussed,
las políticas de
the
desarrollo productivo.
creation of employment
Trabajamos
in
muchísimo todo
productive
el tema de los
development
clústeres,
policies, clusters,
incluyendo
including
políticas de clústeres en el País
cluster
Vasco
policy in the
y
Basque
lecciones para
country,
América Latina.
and
Desarrollamos un
lessons for Latin
proyecto
America,
de
also
investigación
a
donde
project and
documentamos las
research where
políticas de
we
desarrollo
documented
productivo,
productive
específicamente
development
políticas de clústeres,
policies, cluster policies,
con entrevistas
with
a actores
interviews
de
to the
diferentes
different
clústeres.
players
Tuvimos
of different
casos tipo
clusters.
Harvard
We
de
had
todos los seis
cases
clústeres
like
en México, Brasil,
Harvard
Argentina y Uruguay.
in Mexico, Argentina, and
Así que una
Uruguay.
de mis
And so
ambiciones
one
al
of
venir
my
aquí a
ambitions
CEPAL
in
desde el
coming
día
here
1
to
de
ACLAC
octubre
from
del
day one,
2022 ha
October
sido fortalecer
2022,
el
has been
trabajo
to
de la CEPAL
strengthen the
en
work of
este
ACLAC
campo.
in
Y
this
por eso me da
field.
mucho gusto
And that
poder
is
contar
why
como director
I've
y
been
líder de la
so
División de Desarrollo
pleased
Productivo de
to
Marco Ginás, que
uh,
creo que todos
read
ustedes conocen
Marco
bien,
Ginas, and
y a
you've
quien yo conocía
contributed,
de las épocas en que
and
Marco
who
dirigía
I
el programa de
knew from
clústeres de
those times
Bogotá,
when he
Cundinamarca,
was the
después de
head
haber
of
sido
the clusters
secretario de
program of
5 años
Bogota and
del
Denmark,
Consejo
after
Privado de
having
Política
been
Económica
five
de la
years
Competitividad.
director of the
Bueno, ¿por qué
Competitiveness
tenemos
Private
esta
Council.
convicción de que para
Why do
lograr un
we have
patrón de
this
desarrollo
condition that to
productivo,
achieve a
inclusivo,
productive,
sostenible,
inclusive, and
urge
sustainable
escalar las
development
políticas de
pattern,
desarrollo
we
productivo?
need to scale up
La
productive
raíz del
development
problema es
policies?
que la
In
región se
view of the
caracteriza por estar
problem,
sumida
the
en un
region
síndrome o si se quiere una
is
trampa de
characterized by
bajísimo
being
crecimiento
in a
cuando
very
ya
low
tiene una
growth
década.
trap
Y
for
no es que el
already
crecimiento
one
nuestro
decade.
sea todo,
And our
es una
growth
distorsión nuestra como
is
economistas
it's not
económicos
something
tanto en
that
América
we
Latina y el
say as
Caribe.
an
Se trata,
economist,
por
but it
supuesto,
is
de un
a
crecimiento con
growth
ciertas
with
características que debe
certain
ser inclusivo,
characteristics,
es
needs
decir,
to be
que reduzca
inclusive,
pobreza,
to
informalidad,
reduce
genere buenos
poverty,
empleos,
to generate good
que cree un
jobs,
ambiente más
and to
propicio para
create a
reducir
more
desigualdad. Y
beneficial
también se trata, por supuesto, de lograr un
environment,
crecimiento
to
verde,
reduce
sostenible,
inequality, to
amistoso
have
con la naturaleza
green,
y con el planeta.
sustainable, nature
Pero para que
friendly,
tengamos un patrón de
and
desarrollo
planet
que tenga estas
friendly
dos
development. To
características,
have the development pattern
inclusivo
with
y
these two
sostenible,
features,
una condición
inclusive and
esencial es que el
sustainable, and
crecimiento
initial
sea
condition
también
is
alto
that
y
growth
sostenible.
be high and
Porque a veces
sustained.
estos adjetivos
Why?
son
Because
usados como
sometimes
subjetivos
these
y en diferentes debates, pero en
adjectives are
realidad
used as
cada uno
adjectives,
tiene una
but in
definición,
fact,
¿no? Y una
each
racional.
one has a
Porque
definition
las
of and a
grandes
rationale.
transformaciones
The major
estructurales que requiere
structural
nuestro patrón de
transformations
desarrollo, por
that our development pattern requires, for example, transition to renewable energies, electromobility, circular economy, more dynamic sectors promoting growth, society of care, all the subjects of modern services, which is already making its efforts in our countries, including Costa Rica. All this calls for new investment, new technologies, new technological ecosystems, new enterprises or growth of the existing ones, new skills in the labor force, and new infrastructures. To have a short list. Now, if we don't invest enough to have all this and to move to those transformations, then the result. Now, if we invest on that, the result will be higher growth and sustainable growth. If we invest more in a more diversified, sophisticated, technologically sophisticated, higher and sustainable, we don't need to think in economic growth abstractly. But if we meet the necessary goals, we'll have that. And if Latin America continues to grow as the last decade, 0.8% in average, then uh, one decade, lost decade, more lost than the lost decade of the 80s, because there we grew at 2%. And here we are growing, we have grown at less than half. Yes, there are some above, yeah, and some very many below. But a growth of 1, 0.8 or 0.5 or 0, there will be no structural transformations, exceptionally 1 or 2, but not something structurally for all the economies. And this is what's all about in productive policies, introducing dynamism, diversification, and creation of formal jobs, because it is in productive development policies where you have the toolkit to guide growth in certain direction and towards higher and sustained rates in order to have an influence in economic transformation processes towards more inclusive and sustainable patterns. Also, it's clear the following: all the international experience of successful countries teaches us that economic and social development is not something spontaneous. It needs to be governed, managed, oriented, and inclusive. So it doesn't mean a state driven model, but public policy is key. And the most effective way to do this is with the participation of all players: public, private, academia, and civil society. In the experience of cluster policies, especially and particularly the successful one when the private sector assumes major leadership supported by public policies. In recent years in the world, the conversation of economic writings is dominated by crisis cascade that has hit countries in 2020, pandemic, interest rates, value chain, high indebtedness, Ukrainian, Gaza, wars, geopolitical conflicts. Of course, that has the attention and efforts of everyone. All this is important, but it makes this economic and social situation ever more difficult, as we have monitored and reported in ECLA. And no doubt that governments are in mode crisis management or short-term management. What we'll speak today is about development management in a classical uh, viewpoint, is having all the instruments to have an influence on the structural changes that productive sectors need with greater dynamism, diversification, technological sophistication, more productivity, more accelerated changes, better employment, and higher prosperity. The fact that the world scenario is so uncertain and so complex, it's no reason not to do it. It's no reason not to say, I know there's no time because we are so busy with quarter crisis, or we are managing crisis with powerful people with greater determination, ambition, and concentration. And if countries, and this is the political message we want to include, if countries do not address this syndrome of low growth mediocre growth that has characterized the region not only will not reduce the level of poverty, informality, or inequality, but can become in societies that are more unequal, more violent, with more people migrating, and jeopardizing democracy because democratic life is incompatible with the stagnated economies and frustrated citizens without any hope for a better future. Democracies need to comply, and to that, they need to strengthen productive development policies, among other things. That is why, from ECLA, we insist that countries need to move forward, scaling productivity, improving these productive development policies of new generation. The thinking has changed significantly, and we'll speak about that later. But to conclude, I don't want to move on to the subjects. We'll hear excellent speakers. Once again, thank you everyone for accepting this invitation. This is a powerful group in these fields, and we respect and we have read and followed you for years. So we have the whole morning in order to learn from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And also wanted to welcome everyone here. Sorry we started a little bit late. Buenos dias and good morning, everyone. So I want to just use my 7 minutes to just frame the discussion we have today, this morning. And so I'm Nelson Dirty New Wider. I'm really pleased to host this with ECLAC. This may well be the first time we're doing this, actually in Santiago. So it's absolutely a first time and very exciting. So the panel this discussion is going to be really about productivity challenge that America faces. Uniwider, a few words about Uniwider. It's a think tank and development economics institute, part of the UN United Nations University. We've been in existence in Helsinki for around 40 years, and we work very much on economic development. We've been working on structural transformation, productivity for several, at least 2 decades, I would say. And specifically, the last 5 years since I've been the director, we've been focusing a lot on Latin America, along with, of course, Africa and Asia too. So in terms of what we're going to try and do today is the real question that exists framed very well is that we have a low productivity challenge in Latin America, and we're going to try and look at exactly what that is later on in the morning. So the first question is, what exactly is this productivity challenge in Latin America? What might explain this? Do we see differences across countries in the region? What is the diagnosis of the causes and the ways we can try to make sure that this productivity problem doesn't persist? So the first panel in the morning is around those sorts of questions, sort of more about the characterization of the problem itself. And then the second panel will be mostly around productive relevant policies, which I know ECLAC has been working on extensively. So that's why you have these 2 panels, one to talk about what the problem is, and then the second is really about how can policies, productive relevant policies, try to do something about this problem if we think this problem is something that's characterizing the region itself. So that's the way we see these 2 panels, and I will speak in a few minutes on trying to set the stage, the salient facts of what the problem might be. And then the secretary is going to talk a little bit about the productive policies that also inform the work of ECLAC going forward. So this collaboration, I think, is very important, very timely. There's no question that productivity is key to economic development, economic growth. If you don't have productivity growth, you cannot have increased living standards. That's fairly obvious. And of course, without having productivity growth pretty much across all sectors, you really cannot have higher living standards, and that's why it's so important to think about productivity as a key challenge. So without further ado, because we're a little bit late, I think perhaps we could move on to the next discussion, and I can talk a little bit about exactly how this problem that we might see in Latin America, how it is. My intention here, and I'll draw from Uniwider's work on this, is to sort of frame the discussion a little bit, to sort of just be aware of the comparative dimensions of this issue, because that's very important in Latin America versus other parts of the developing world. So I'll try and talk a little bit about that. So maybe perhaps I can move straight ahead. Is that okay? Yeah. All right. So So let me wait for the slides to be put up. Don't see it yet.
Perdón, para decirle, bueno, ahí está.
There it is.
Yeah, very good.
Perfect. So, so as I said, we're going to speak about productivity and rights to structural change in Latin America. Provide mostly a descriptive account. I'm not going to go into causes because that's exactly what we discussed in the first panel in the morning. So just to sort of set the stage, and this is something we all know as economists, is that with modern economic growth, it's really about the movement of workers from agriculture to manufacturing services. This has been discussed well across the last 5 decades or so, working with the work of Simon Kuznets and others, Chenery and Taylor and so on. In fact, also Raoul Prebisch, ICRAC also had done extensive work on this. And this movement of workers from agriculture to manufacturing services is also accompanied by large increase in aggregate productivity, because manufacturing and services tend to be more productive than agriculture. Now, this kind of movement, this kind of structural transformation path, is pretty much what we see across all countries in the high-income club now. So Western countries, but also we see this in the successful growth experience of East Asia. There's a commonality that we tend to see across many of the rich countries now, except the resource-rich countries who haven't really gone through this kind of structural transformation, because they didn't have to. Now, Latin America is in a bit of it's an interesting kind of a question mark here, really, because there is a view, and we can discuss that later on. Latin America has not traversed this path of structural transformation the same way as we tend to see, especially compared to East Asia. So I have a book which I'm going to draw from, but what I'm going to speak a lot about now in this presentation, it's not in the book because I wanted to go into Latin America a little bit, which I didn't really do in the book because there is more across all the different regions. But I'm going to draw a little bit from from the work of this book, the work of this particular project we did on structural transformation in UNE wider. The book is available open access, so it's free to download. Right. So the question I'm going to try and quickly speak about is, first, how is Latin America's patterns of structural transformation different from other developing regions? What do we know about this? Are there successful sectors in terms of transformation, and which ones are they? How does Latin America fare in sectoral productivity levels as compared to other developing regions? And does it make sense to talk about one region? Do we see patterns of transformation within the Latin American region? So are we seeing quite a bit of heterogeneity in the region? If that's the case, how do we think about this conceptually? So this is the kind of question I'll try and answer in my presentation. Now, there's a very big question that we all have to think about going forward around this sort of question. Challenges is around manufacturing versus business services-driven transformation. There is very much anonymity in economic development, on the issue of economic development. Ultimately, you have to get your workers out of agriculture. But then the view was earlier that it was to manufacturing, which is a very productive sector. Now there's a sense that manufacturing might not be the route to transformation, which probably could be business services. So there is a question, which again we can discuss in the panel. We observe the maturity and industrialization in Latin America. Can manufacturing provide the route to structural transformation, or can business services provide a different route to structural transformation? Because as I'll show in Sunrise Facts of structural transformation in Latin America, business services as productive as manufacturing. There's really no obvious reason why you should pick manufacturing over business services. It has also the properties we think we observe in manufacturing, scale economies, spillover effects, credibility, all of these things, which makes it different from non-business services and therefore also into manufacturing. And this is now a very important differential view, particularly from work by Richard Baldwin, but others also, that services is the new manufacturing. And tradable services, especially, is a very nice paper by Robert Inkler and others using new data from relative prices for the Groningen Growth and Development Centers put together, that tradable services very possibly correlated with income. And that's why, again, the question is that why not tradable services? And I'm trying to get to that in my presentation. And the other set of questions around productivity, has productivity growth in Latin America lag behind? Are there actual successful countries with productivity growth in Latin America, and are there laggard countries? And as you know, there's been quite a bit of discussion in the popular press over Latin America. There's a couple of things picked up from the popular press, why Latin America lost at globalization, how can it win it now? And more, The Economist recently had this striking kind of title, why Latin American workers so strikingly unproductive? And you can ask whether that's true or not. So the important thing here, and I want to make this quite clear, that really to make this kind of assessment of productivity on productivity, transformation, especially if you compare Latin America to the rest of the developing region, you need very good data. And that has been a big problem for anybody working on this sort of questions for a long time. So if you look at the usual data set that many others use, Danny Roderick and others, the data set they use is the Groningen data database, which covers 33 countries, including some from Latin America. But the problem is the low-income countries, which may not be a big issue in Latin America, is missing, but the data does not cover the 2010s, which is an important period to understand structural transformation. So when I came in as director of Uniwider, I was very keen to, because I work so much on this area, to do something about this. So we created a new data set with the Groningen Growth and Development Center, because they're very, very good at this, using archival information, very, very careful with the way they do this. So we got together with them, we produced Economic Transformation Database, we call it ETD. It provides time series of data on employment and real and nominal value added by 12 sectors, and I'm speaking to all sectors, in 51 countries for the period 1990 to 2018. Now, why not before 1990? We could not find reliable data, especially low-income countries, and we wanted to keep the same time period for all the countries we had. 2018 is the most recent we have because the data was compiled from censuses, labor force surveys, put it all together. We did not have more recent data when this database was released a couple of years back, maybe in a few years' time, we would update the data. Includes 20 Asian countries, 9 Latin American, 4 Middle East, North African, 18 sub-Saharan African countries at varying levels of economic development. It's concerned for in-depth investigation of country-by-country data. This is why I think it is so important to, why we think it's a reliable data set. So it's essentially a new data set. It is not an update of the existing sectoral data set, for example, the one from Groningen that we used to have before. And it has a best coverage in low-income countries, has 12 sectors. It's going to be very important in the story I'm going to tell in the ISI solution for classification, and has time series data done till 2018. Countries included very quickly, the Latin American ones, particularly Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Mexico, and Peru. We'd have liked to have a larger set, but we could not find reliable data to do that, to make sure that we had comparable data across countries. Okay, 12 sectors, the important thing here is, so I'm not going to go through each of the 12 sectors. The important thing is we could do something that I think is really important in the discussion going forward. We could disaggregate services. So we have agriculture, we have mining, we have manufacturing, and so on. That's, that's standard. But we could disaggregate services to what we could call business services or tradable services to large. I'm not too sure I want to use that term, but let's say business services and non-business services. So you can see the classification services is very disaggregated in services data itself, which I think is very important. And what I'm going to use the classification I'm going to present now. So I'm going to club non-manufacturing industry, mining, construction in one sector. It's not the most interesting sector because it doesn't employ too many people. So in Latin America, some countries do have a large mining sector, as we know. Business services could be business and financial services in the classification I showed you. Mostly tradable, not completely, but mostly tradable. Non-business services is trade, transport, government, and other services, mostly non-tradable also here. So you can kind of use the approximation tradable, non-tradable services for really look at business and non-business services. We're going to drop real estate analysis because real estate doesn't really employ too many people. Okay. Now in this book, I introduced a typology. I just want to quickly go through. I'm not going to use so much in what I'm presenting, just because it's important to think about why do we see differences across Latin American countries in structural transformation. So what I use is simple typology, and going back to the kind of work this is Hollis Chenery and Sirkin and Kuznets and so on, where I talked about where they use typologies to understand comparative economic development. So the three categories I have are structurally underdeveloped, where agriculture is still the largest sector in terms of employment. No Latin American countries in that group, because in every Latin American country, there are more workers out of agriculture. Then the structurally developing category, where there are more people employed in services than agriculture. The agriculture being the second largest sector. In that now we see Latin American countries, along with some African Asian countries, Bolivia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and then structurally developed using the criteria that there are more people employed in manufacturing than agriculture. And there we now have Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Mexico. So, this is just a broad way of thinking about transformation. We can use other typologies and so on. And I'm not going to try to defend this, but I think it's useful to start thinking about where countries are in different stages of structural transformation. In this last group, we have East Asia, of course, not surprising, Latin America, and the only country for Africa that figures in this is Mauritius. There's no South Asia, for example, too. Okay. Now, this category is just very quickly again. I mean, there is something here because if you look at the structured underdeveloped countries, exports of GDP are significantly lower than structured developing countries, which are almost half of structured developed countries. And since Latin American countries are in either structured developing or structured developed, you can see the big difference that is there in openness, trade openness among these two sets of countries. Manufacturing exports, similar story. Capital formation is not so obvious because investment rates are actually slightly lower in structured developed countries. GDP per capita, huge differences across these categories. Of course, if you're structured developing, you're almost 1/3 poorer than the structured developed category. And of course, a lot of people live in the structured developing category of countries. So just to sort of say that this typology has picked up certain important features of economic development. Okay, what I want to do now is I want to use a data set. I want to make sure that I'm comparing Latin America first with the rest of the world, the developing world, and then I'm going to kind of look at each country in Latin America quickly. So the first thing to notice in this database, and I think it's important to understand, that workers are getting out of agriculture. That's the dark blue line there for all countries, so all 51 countries in the data set. And then the other side, the real labor productivity. But the movement is not from manufacturing or even to business services, it's into non-business services. That's what's going on. So agriculture employment shares are falling from about 60-70% to around 40% in all countries, including Africa and Asia. And most of the work movement is to non-business services, manufacturing, the red line, business services, kind of level, doesn't really change over time. The other important point is exactly what I want to, why I want to look at services in a disaggregated way, is that, of course, we have manufacturing is very productive, but look at the level of productivity in business services. It's actually more productive than manufacturing. So the dark blue line is business services, sorry, the light blue line is business services. It is actually more productive than manufacturing. Manufacturing is catching up in this set of 51 countries, and non-manufacturing industry, which is mining, which is obviously quite a productive sector, is also quite productive. But look at the difference between business services and non-business services. Non-business services, the orange line, and agriculture, of course, pretty low all the way through. Okay, what about Latin America? So in Latin America, what's interesting is it's following the pattern we see in the rest of the regions. It's not that different. The only difference is that so manufacturing shares are pretty much what we see for the rest of the regions, around 11% now, from 14% in 1990. So I should say that what I'm doing here, I'm averaging the data because it's from 1990 to 2018 by 5-year averages till the last period, it's 2015 to 2018, to sort of knock out any business cycle kind of effects. So averaging, period averaging. Now, if you look at Latin America first employment, so what you see is that yes, agricultural employment shares are falling, and yes, it's moving to business into non-business services. But the difference between the rest of the regions and Latin America is that agricultural employment share is lower, but it's now 15% in this data set we have the last period, around compared to what was around 30% and 40% in all countries. So the employment share agriculture is far lower than the rest of the developing world, and therefore the non-business services share is higher than the rest of the developing world. So here is one interesting difference between Latin America and the rest of the developing world. Other than that, manufacturing pretty much the same. Non-manufacturing industry, mining is all as I mentioned, pretty much the same. And so nothing much is evident here compared to the rest of the developing world. Labor productivity, pretty much the same story. Business services is very productive in Latin America. But of course, here, because of large mining sectors, manufacturing industry is very productive also. That's a green line. So business services and manufacturing productivity is pretty much the same in Latin America for the last few years of the data set. But again, same point. Significantly more productive non-business services, significantly obviously more productive agriculture. Okay. Now, employment structure, I will do it by now, separated by regions, because I want to sort of compare Latin America with East Asia and also compare with the other developing regions. Now, if you look at the graph on the left, the manufacturing employment share, and we have the regions now kind of stacked on the along the way, and green is dark green is Latin America, and purple the black is East Asia. What you notice is that manufacturing employment share is falling in Latin America. The other region where it's fallen is MENA, Middle East, North Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa, there has been an increase. South Asia has been a major increase. Now South Asian manufacturing share is significantly higher than Latin America. And East Asia is kind of plateaued. It's not really falling. It's not really increasing sharply. So if you use that graph, there is deindustrialization in Latin America, whether it's premature or not, we can discuss later. So that's happening. But it's also not the only region to see this, because you see the same thing in Middle East and North Africa. And that's the first point. The second point is actually on business services, Latin America is doing very well. If you look at the employment share in business services, Latin America's business service employment share is almost identical to East Asia. I mean, all you saw, it's a very productive sector. The only other region similar is MENA. So MENA's story is like Latin America, out of manufacturing into business services. The rest of the regions, you don't see much. There's still poor South Asian and Sub-Saharan Africa. There's not very much there. What about productivity? Productivity in Latin America actually has not really fallen. First point, it is better than what we see in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, which is perhaps not so surprising because manufacturing here is much more capital intensive than these regions. It has not seen the same increase as East Asia, though there's a slight increase, not as much. And so while it's manufacturing more productive than all other regions except East Asia, we don't see the same increase in manufacturing productivity in Latin America as we see in East Asia. On business service labor productivity, also similar story, better than the other regions, except but perhaps not as much as evident here, and obviously nowhere near with East Asia. So that's just to want to make the point. The productivity, the story is that yes, it has not shown huge productivity growth, but that's only because we compare to East Asia, and maybe that's a fair comparison to make. Okay, so that's the kind of aggregate stories. And I want to now get into countries, because I think that's very important for the discussion going forward. So I'm going to go look at the 9 countries now, and I'll try to show you very quickly again what we see here. So just using the categorization I used at the beginning, structurally developing countries and structurally developed countries. So manufacturing employment share, what has happened over time? So using it again, these 5-year averages. So you can see that on the left-hand side, structurally developing countries, there's been declines going on. Costa Rica actually had a pretty high employment share at the beginning of 1990s, and it's been declining and a little bit of an increase recently. The only country that kind of defies this is Bolivia. Now, Bolivia's level, its base is quite low, but it is increasing quite a bit. So it's interesting. So Bolivia, if you look at the rate of growth of manufacturing employment share, it's fairly very strong. So Bolivia is different categories than the other countries, and some of the other countries there, Peru and so on, are not Peru. I think that's Colombia and so on. We don't really see any decline. It's flattened, it's stabilized at a level around 15% or so. Structurally developed category, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Mexico. Mexico's employment share is far higher. In fact, it's by far the highest in the 9 countries we have. And again, in the other categories, other countries, Chile, Mexico, and Brazil declined quite sharply over time. Chile is really, really very, very decline. It's a very sharp decline. So we can see variations here. We can say Mexico's done pretty well still. Manufacturing employment share. Bolivia is kind of becoming the kind of success stories here, and I would love to listen to more about what that might be the reason for that. And for the other countries, we see a decline or fairly stable or with no change whatsoever. Business services is what I said about a little bit earlier. We see increases across the board, all 9 countries. Some countries quite sharply, like Mexico. Some countries a little bit less obvious, but pretty much across the board, all 9 countries, business employment shares are increasing. Now, they're still a little bit less than manufacturing, but the way they're increasing is going to catch up very, very quickly. If they haven't already yet. Okay, manufacturing productivity. Now, so this is an important point, that if you look at manufacturing productivity, we see 2 clusters. We see very productive, relatively productive countries, and we see very unproductive in manufacturing productivity. So the very productive are the Colombias, Costa Rica for the structurally developing category, and there are other countries, significant differences in productivity. If you look at the last period between those 2 countries, Costa Rica and Colombia, and the others here, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia. A big significant difference there. For the structurally developed category, Chile is by far the most productive. Here, the differences are not as acute, But again, you have Brazil right at the bottom. So if you compare Brazil with Chile, big difference in productivity manufacturing. So, so basically like the two clusters here, one is a high productivity, mean compared to the rest of the region, and not compared to East Asia, of course, and a low productivity cluster. And we can think about what that might explain. Why do we see this? Okay. Business services, again, same story. The same two countries, the structured development category, are also Costa Rica and Chile and Colombia are the most productive. Same problem with unproductive, lack of productivity in the other three countries in the structured development category. Same story with structurally developed. Chile is far more productive than all the other countries in this group, and Brazil the least productive. So, and just for the sort of, I wanted to change this across all sectors. I looked at agriculture, same story. So what we are seeing here is that if a country is not productive in manufacturing, it is not productive in business services, it's not productive in agriculture, I'm going to show you non-business services, same story. If a country is productive in manufacturing, it's productive in business services, productive in agriculture. So in that sense, we could have looked at difference across sectors of the same country, of course. But what you see is two clusters of high productivity, low productivity, and that is correlated. Productivity in one sector is correlated to productivity in another sector in the same country. And that's an interesting thing. Why is that the case? Okay. I know this is very quick. I don't want to, I think we're going a little bit behind time. I want to just check, that there's a very strong argument from economists. It's such fantastic work on social transformation that we've seen in the last 10 years or so from the mainstream economics group. And I don't want to go to each reference here, but basic point they make is that productivity differentials can explain a lot of what's going on in social transformation. So if agriculture is more productive, if there's productivity in agriculture faster than manufacturing, agriculture shedding workers, and these workers moving into manufacturing. So the sectoral productivity differentials can explain why we see agricultural employment shares falling and manufacturing employment share increasing. And when I did a scatter of the change, so the relative manufacturing productivity, so manufacturing productivity ratio, agricultural productivity on the horizontal axis, and the change in manufacturing employment share on the vertical axis, and I did a scatter, you can see a fairly strong negative correlation. So this sort of story on productivity differentials across sectors can explain what's going on is something that, and this is only for Latin America, I didn't do for all the other countries, that's already in the book. That's interesting. Now, there is another set of factors, I'm not going to get into, which come from the Engel effects, demand side effects. And there's a lot of work also on the demand side stories that as countries go richer, they get out of agriculture, they consume less food, people can go out to eat out in restaurants and so on. So the shift in demand, sectoral demand goes away from agricultural goods to manufacturing and services goods, and manufacturing services. And so that's also a story which I think probably applies also to Latin America, right? But I don't have the graphs here. Okay, so I want to just now kind of conclude very quickly about this question of premature investigation. So again, I thought, okay, let's try to look at it using this data set, which is more recent, and just for the Latin American countries. And so I did a quadratic fit of manufacturing employment share against now GDP per capita, and you see this inverted U-shaped. That's what you expect from manufacturing, from prevention acceleration. But there are two clusters here. One cluster is got Costa Rica, Costa Rica is there, Mexico, the red cluster. So they're doing more than what the average is for Latin America in manufacturing employment. And there's another cluster, the green cluster, which is mostly Chile, and some Argentina also comes in a couple in the scatters. So even in that relationship between manufacturing employment share and GDP per capita, though we see the inverted U-shaped, we see also very significant heterogeneities that are happening in the region. Right? So that's also important to understand. Business services very strongly correlated with income per capita. As I said, there's already some nice work by the Groningen group has shown that, but not for Latin America. So Latin America here we find that. But again, we can see kind of clusters also. So the red cluster, again, we see some countries are doing very well there. Chile is an example of that. And the other countries, interestingly, Mexico is in the green cluster. But Mexico was in the red cluster, the cluster where they do better in manufacturing, but they're not doing as well in business services relative to the GDP. So it's a the story here is quite complicated, and it's not obvious to say that we see one path, we're seeing different things, patterns happening in the data. And I think the question of what might explain this across country, across region, within the region, across country differences we see in the data. I just want to skip this graph. So I want to just say that, so just going back to the kind of framing question. So Latin America has seen increasing deindustrialization. That's true. We saw that in the comparison to other regions, but it's done right well in tradable services. So it's not one kind of a negative story. There's some real successes going on here, and you need to understand why. Manufacturing productivity performance is better than most other regions, except East Asia. So the question is, who do you compare? Which region do you compare with? So if you compare East Asia, definitely not as well, not as strong as in manufacturing productivity. With the service of productivity, the average is flatlined, though we saw big differences across countries within the region. The average is flatlined, and that's a bit of a concern. Why is the business services average for the region flatlined? Within countries, we see huge variation of transformation, to the point that I think perhaps if we're a little bit careful talking one region. We've seen some success in manufacturing-driven social transformation. Bolivia, from a low base, of course. Mexico, but mostly declining in permission manufacturing. Much more widespread success, in fact, across the board success in the services, employment shares. In productivity, very interesting group of high performers, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, and a group of weak performers, Brazil, Ecuador, Peru. Why is that? So just to sort of say the premature decision argument is not across the board. We don't necessarily can I say it's true for every country. And I think it's important to keep that in mind, though the general finding might still be there. And we also see the business services really not showing any evidence of declining with income increases. In fact, anything is just opposite. So, so in the question then going back to that, what's the future for Latin America? Which way do you go? Services or business services or manufacturing? One could argue for some countries like Mexico. I mean, I mentioned Costa Rica, it's probably not correct, and we have some decline in manufacturing share, but Mexico in particular, and maybe Bolivia, manufacturing could be important as a route, and it has been for Mexico. But tradable modern services may well be the route to productive cycle transformation, especially if we buy the argument that services is the new manufacturing. And then the argument is, how can we improve productivity in this sector, if that's the key to cycle transformation? Let me stop here. Thank you. So should we? Yeah.
Thank you, Kunal. Very interesting research. I'm sure there will be a lot of comments. So if I could have my presentation, que lo voy a hacer en español.
Very well. I want to bring in an introduction on what ECLAC has been working for many years or decades in productive development, structural changes, but we are now in a new stage trying to strengthen the work in that field. Our diagnosis for Latin America, the Caribbean, does not bring in good news. It's a region that is facing three traps, shall we say. One, the low growth, and we'll see data on that. High levels of inequality, that is still the most unequal region in the world. And very important, there is a low institutional capability and low governance capabilities, and that's the third trap. We do realize that institutional capabilities and governance have faced many difficulties. Things are not going well. The big challenge for the countries in the region has to do with the fact on how to go forward in building a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable era. This is what we have wanted to tackle at our anniversary. But ECLAC has always taken a look at the international scenario, having in mind the geo-economy conditions and the world geopolitical situation. That is a food for thought for ECLAC. If we were to add this first three trap point of view, we can then go into this graph. These are topics that involve 10 big challenges. and this is could involve a whole conference in itself. But here we have the low growth trap, how to go into a high, sustainable, inclusive growth. And here we have productive development issues and how this is involved with employment, as we just heard from the previous presentation. On the right hand, we social issues, inequality, low social mobility. We have lost the capability to move upwards. And then we have the social protection gaps. This is not complete. It's facing obstacles. It has low coverage, a little transfer for social policies, and it's inadequate. And then we have education and professional training that is so important. It's not that we had an educational blackout in the world, and the greatest damage from that blackout was faced in the region, and we have been dragging even before that a deteriorated situation with high level of dropouts in secondary school and with a large chunk, 70% of the labor force without full education. So how can a country such as ours, with a population of 70% of students that have not completed secondary, that really is a big problem. And then in gender equality, there are good news here. Progress has been made in many countries, but we still have a 22-point difference between the participation in the labor markets between men and women. Sustainability and climate change. This brings in a new paradigm for growth, and we will talk further about the migration, integration, and digital transformation, economic integration, and this has to do with the macroeconomy towards development. And this is something that could facilitate investment and stability to bring in more confidence for the private sector. This is a, segregated version. The risk of having a 10 list is that, well, we would realize that we're missing 11 and 12. But we are really talking about 10 priorities that are really too abundant. Two or three would be better. But what's more interesting here is that each part has different relationships and synergies with the others. And what's interesting here is a cross-cutting level of governance, uh, inequality, and others. So there's a great concern at ECLAC. We've been working on these topics, and we're now trying to take a look at how, not just what to do in our list, but how to go about this and which are the obstacles. In digital transformation, for example, there is practically no country in Latin America that has a great digital transformation agenda. They perhaps have good ones on paper, but they're not working well. They're not concreting. Public policy then should be able to move uh, this in all topics, and the gaps go through how to go about this. With it goes through governance, it goes through institutional capabilities, both technical, operative, political, having to do with leadership, and with foresight, with a social dialogue to reflect on the future. But this is pretty scarce in Latin America, and we have this short-term syndrome that is prevalent in the region. Now, low growth. How to look at it? First, here we have second 7 decades from the 50s. If you see the average growth of GDP in the region, it was of almost 6%, between 5 and 6% for the first 3 decades post-war, 2% in the last decade in the 80s, and then with the Washington Consensus, the openness, opening economies, etc., the growth rate was no longer as in the previous graph. I'm not saying that it wasn't done well, but that's the fact. But during the 90s, 2.7, then 3, and then we had the financial crisis. And from 2010 to 2019, something changed deeply. And we believe that in the last decade, from 14 to 23, only 0.8%. And that's not because of the shrinkage coming from the pandemic, because we see that it has continued. So there's a kind of an offset, but this is a decade of a very low growth. That is an approach. Another one that was made here by our colleagues at ECLAC with the same periods, but taking a look at the tendential GDP. For the first 30 years, then the second uh, 3 decades, at first it was 5.5, then 2.7, in the last 15 years, 1.6. Evidently, then, there is an issue here. Latin America is now becoming more and more unable to continue to growth as in the past. And much of this is due to the stagnation and drop in productivity in the last decades. Here we see in this graph Latin America compared with the rest of the world. Unfortunately, in terms of productivity, we see a growing gap. And actually, this is all reflected in the sad story, to quote Garcia Marquez. Unfortunately, this is not incredible. It's the sad story of per capita GDP in Latin America and the Caribbean since the 60s. During those days, it was of $3,295, according to the World Bank. And that was 3 times greater than Taiwan, Korea, Taiwan, China, and Vietnam. But in the 90s, we only went up to 6,000, and now 30 years later, it's at 8.5. So a growth of only 1.2% per annum. And from 2014 to the present, the GDP per capita has decreased in 0.1%. That is more impoverishment. So these are uh, data, strong data. So what to do and how to do? There's an article that is about to be launched in the anniversary of ECLEX magazine. Marcos and myself have uh, decided on 5 points on how and what to do. First of all, escalate and improve PDPs and with a modern, comprehensive vision, with a new generation, with sectorial bets. Number 2, and in the past, we were not bold enough, but we have to be braver now with these sectorial bets based on collaboration, on being interactive with cluster policies. That's the focus that we're trying to encourage. And I will see 6 other elements of that list. But we do have a definition on what are productive development policies. They must be cross-cutting or especially sectorial on some occasions. They must be devoted to clusters. But this is a problem. Some authors say that not everything that is horizontal is indeed horizontal. There is a region that may benefit, but not others. But there are also always elements that will change. But this all means that we must sophisticate, diversify, and accelerate our learning processes and create productive capabilities, encouraging a virtuous structural change in our economies. And all of this should be the vehicle to increase productivity, to go into new industries, new markets, to have a more value chain integration, creating new jobs. That is a point of view. There are many points of view, but it's always useful to be clear on this. And now, in the document, we make a difference. We set a difference In talking about the structural change and for productive development policies, we can include many, many things. Structure, investment, financial system, interest rates, a regulatory framework. Many things can be involved here, and they all have an impact. Let us take a look at the division of productive policies that will do this, but are narrow. And what are they? We have here a definition. They lead to the sophistication and virtuous structural change.
Las
And then we have science, technology, innovation policy, technological development, and digital transformation, startup, startups, and human capital. That is key. Talent, professional training, financing of the business cycle, and the policies to attract FDI, of course, is key. In my country, Costa Rica, of course, being part of that high productivity cluster for the success of Costa Rica in the area of medical devices based on FDI, and then the other sector of business, the modern business services, quite impressive and which has grown, and of course, tourism. These three things have hold the growth and productivity in the country over the last 2 decades, if not more. Well, so then, this is a definition of areas, but all of this is related, but not losing sight, or rather focusing on the territories. We come from traditions that, in the best of cases, policies are determined by the central government. And now, a lot of the idea here is to build bottom up from the territories. Colombia, for example, has a department policy. And this has been essential. And once again, my country, Costa Rica, that has been so successful in attracting all this, we have an issue because we have an urban congestion, the center of the country, logistics, infrastructure. So what happens in one city, which is much smaller than Santiago, but you take 2 hours to go from one part to the other. And so, but now a law has been passed, and the investment attraction agencies are making a tremendous effort to attract FDI outside the GAM, which is the metropolitan area, the central part of the country. So the idea is to build from the territories up. Making sectoral bets, there are 14 sectors in industry, services, and what we call the major environmental drive towards sustainability. It is a portfolio of drive or dynamizing sectors that we present, but surrounded by warnings. This is a list, an illustration, this is a suggestion. Of course, each one of these has a great potential. Of course, all countries have a challenge in terms of energy transition towards the green economy, lithium, electromobility, the food safety, sustainable management, and so on. All of this is part of the new paradigm for growth. But each country and territory, because this is also true for the territories, they need to do their own studies to determine the clusters or sectors that makes most sense to drive forwards. And then you have the discussion how to do it. Services, because as we have seen in the previous presentation as well, and we know that there is a tremendous revolution here in Latin America, as we saw in the previous conclusion, has done pretty well in terms of business services that are modern, but there are so many more opportunities. This is growing speedily. And here we have the care society. This has to do with gender, because it is a sort of modern service providing care not only for girls and boys to allow the mothers to join the labor market, but also with country after country, Latin America, 2029, 30, 31, we of course have very high percentages of elderly persons on account of the aging of the population. So there we have the turning points 4 or 5 years ahead, depending on the country, and where the demand for care for the elderly is going to be much greater than the demand for care for children. And of course, um, this is not easy. For the elderly, you need nurses, physicians, infrastructure, and this is one of the sectors that is going to create most employment if the necessary investments are made. And so, well, and lastly, to comment on this graph here, as we all know, the traditional development economy, the classical one, not necessarily traditional, but classic, and at ECLAC, previously the wager was on industry, well, Prebic and Rhoda, and so the industry, four main features: scale economies, chains, value chains, spillovers of knowledge, and others, and also a greater demand for data and qualifications, which meant that the industry had unique characteristics to help growth and employment. But with the technological revolution, that is not exclusive to industry, and modern services favor scale economies, tradability, than these other services. They require highly skilled labor, yes, and also all type of liaisons forward and back. And the same thing can be said about these sectors with a major drive that are related to the environment. So now we talk about 4.0 industry, but this has to do with agriculture, modern agriculture, precision agriculture with drones and so on, with improved seeds, technology applied to this. And of course, and it's also in these environmental sectors. So what we are saying is that productive development policies must have a broadband. It's no longer waging only at the industry. And from what we have seen, because there are two major reasons why profitability in terms of employment, well, in the industry sector is much less. First of all, China, the rest of the world, and the powers that have risen. And second, robotics and automation, which mean that although you produce a lot, many part of that is done with robots or in automation, and so it does not create the jobs as it used to be previously. So to balancing the centralized approach with a territorial approach, and basically I've already explained that, use cluster initiatives for productivity. Well, this of the cluster of initiatives is as we know, has to do with collaborations, interactive between the public and private sectors and the academic sector, but academic in the sense of not university rectors, no, or principals, but in the sense of university laboratories, technicians, yes, in these different areas. And so in that sense, I have just launched a platform that maps and seeks to get everyone involved. With Darwin, with an inventory of the more than 250 clusters or cluster initiatives in 9 countries, and moving ahead to extend the inventory. And the idea is to make these initiatives visible, to have training, webinars, spreading around information and knowledge, and partnerships and projects for interaction at the regional level. So we're hoping that this will be a very good instrument. We had a launch that was quite successful in the month of December. And well, there it is on the platform. You can see the graphs and each one of the clusters, where they are, and be able to click or several clicks and get into the details. Here you have the graph of the sector type, and where, for the time being, 250 cluster initiatives or initiatives for territorial productive integration. And then the fifth guideline is to improve the governance of PDPs in line with the production. And so here we know that there's a tremendous new vision. On the one hand, Charles Savell and my colleagues and others, they call it something like iterative development and policymaking. And it is a new paradigm for public administration and the optimum paradigm in high uncertainty conditions with a lot of change. And where the old arrangements of having a project and assess it 2 or 3 years later and make amendments every 2 or 3 years is no longer valid. Here we just do things week by week. And this is how they do in the Basque Company and Catalonia, and where you need to change courses and assessing the impact far more frequently. So this experimentalist governance is what is applied. And also due to another reason, as you know, because Isabel and others called in the polyarctic world where power is distributed, because the idea is that each cluster self-manages. And this is a tremendous power in the cluster economy policies. They have their different councils. And in fact, in Costa Rica, going back to my country, that we do not have a national cluster policy, but there are a series of clusters that work very well. And now they are trying to have a program on the cluster policy. But it is very interesting, this relationship. What does the Sunshade program do, or the umbrella program? There's quite an issue. It is very relevant. And lastly, evaluate. A lot of this evaluation has to do with this type, not the traditional evaluation of public management or administration. And on the fronts, as I said, of course, productivity depends not only on the cluster policy and productive development that we demanded here, and also the provision of public goods. Productivity of the public sector, unfortunately, is not high in Latin America, and there are major issues regarding inefficiency and also efficiency issues due to the high transport costs within cities. And there are several very interesting papers on that. The infrastructure agendas for institutional strengthening financial markets, regulatory frameworks, and the policies. But for competition, but if we include all of this, we've got everything into the development agenda, and well, it's not turned out to be that positive. And so lastly, the major outlook that we are driving forwards is that we face this challenge in terms of productivity. A lot of the solution that we see for this, as we have defined the PDPs and the cross-cutting impact, and that we should not be shy to mention the vertical policies either, because that is not yet a reality in the field. And we always have some governments and say the economic discipline that they follow is tied to the picking winners and what is the role of the state and what is the role of the private sector, instead of these more modern approaches. And so this new generation of productive development policies understood as collaborative endeavors and cluster initiatives and others that are productive connectivity. So we're strengthening this and establishing partnerships. And all of this must be related to the academic discussion already in greater depth about these things. And once again, I repeat, our joy and our pleasure to be able to share all of this with you and tell you what it is that we're into. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary, for such a really interesting presentation. We're going to go back to, you make a very compelling case for productive development policies. We're going to come back to some of those issues, especially what kind of PDPs work with sectors and so on in the second panel today. So we'll return to some of those issues and discuss them in more detail. So what I want to now do is move to the first panel of the morning, and the Executive Secretary already introduced the panelists, but let me do that very quickly. We have William Aloni, the Chief Economist from Latin American Caribbean, the World Bank. We have Daniel Saman, Chief Senior Economist in the Research Department in the ILO. Javier Peterson, Undersecretary of Economy and MSMEs in the government of Chile, and Andres Salamano, President of CICLOP. So 4 panelists. And just to sort of set what we asked the panelists to try and answer. So this particular panel is to have a better understanding and learn new perspectives on the region's productivity challenge, which we already have discussed quite a bit this morning. And the 3 kind of questions we can ask panelists, not that you have to answer each panel question. First is what is your diagnosis and characterization of Latin American Caribbean's productivity performance and labor productivity? Second, what are the heterogeneities that we already talked a little bit about earlier that can explain low productivity levels, productivity growth, and do we see differences across countries in the region? And third, what are the structural factors that explain the region's poor productivity performance? We wanted to postpone the discussion on policies to the second panel because there's a separate panel on policies and PDPs in particular. This is more about understanding causes. If there is a view that there is no productivity, then what might explain that and what might explain the difference across countries in Latin America and Caribbean. So we asked each panelist to make a 12-minute presentation. If you could stick to time, then we have maybe a few minutes, and we're already running a little bit late for questions from me, myself. And then we have a general discussion, the audience later in the morning. We're going to keep the discussion audience coming a bit later. So in order of the program, William Meloni first, then Daniel Samano, and Javier Peterson, and Andrew Solimano. So William Meloni, please, over to you. Oh, sorry.
¿Me puede poner la presentación, por favor? Or maybe I do it. Pues muchísimas gracias a todos, a José Manuel y a Marco.
Thank you, everyone.
Time, and because my slides are in English, but thank you all very much for coming. I'm from the World Bank. This will have something of a banky feel, but not entirely so. I want to start just talking about what's already been covered a little bit. I'll go over quickly on where we are in terms of productivity, but then I want to ask some questions about why structural transformation is not happening already, and why across the last century we haven't seen the kind of structural transformation that we've seen in other areas, and what that implies for the kinds of policies we should be implementing. So I'll just start with this figure, which tells us what we already know, that if we compare the countries of Latin America from 2000 to the present, their growth rates against those of the rest of the world, we see that we grow slower. We're expecting sort of 2 to 2.5% over the next 5 years. And there's very little of that that's coming from productivity, from TFP, which is that lime green part on the bottom, where about a third to a quarter of what the rest of the world is, the rest of the emerging markets are seeing. That's the challenge we're facing. How do we see sources of productivity growth? They're pretty standard: improved use of factors across firms and sectors, the reallocation, and that was kind of the big focus of the literature from Shea and Klenow over the last 15 years, and it probably got too much attention, both for the robustness of their framework, but also just because there's more action going on than just getting rid of distortions to get things better assigned. Improved within firm performance, and then the improved quality of entering firms. This would be the risk-taking, the kind of things that drive structural transformation of the long run. The World Bank would typically have focused on that top line of the operating environment, the enabling environment, which was removing distortions, resolving market failures. I want to argue we're not done with that agenda before we jump into more exotic policies. But then I also want to focus a lot on this topic, which I think I see goes through most of the presentation, so I'm preaching to the converted, that we really need to focus on the human capital and innovative capacity, science, technology, entrepreneurial, and managerial capabilities to understand, to generate an endogenous structural transformation if we want to. So quickly, let's skip the left graph for the sake of time. It just basically tells you what we know, which is that even in the best behaved countries like Chile, we're not seeing much in the way of productivity over the last 10, 15 years. And that's a major concern, since that, particularly in the bank, has been our model economy. And if they've done everything right and they're not getting any productivity growth, then that is indeed a challenge to the model that we need to take seriously. The graph on the left, which is TFPQ, so that's the part that is actually efficiency. We've stripped out the price dimension of productivity of TFP. And I just want to make the following point, which is that the sources of productivity over the various time periods that are captured here, and we can focus on Chile and Colombia, it's definitely not just between a reallocation. In Chile, for instance, from 1996 to 2006, Most of that is the red bar, which is net entry. That's exactly the new firms coming in that are higher quality. The within, that's improving the firms that are already there, is also important. And the reallocation is actually quite small. That part was done the previous decade. In Colombia, we're a little bit, which is the third bar over, we're not as far advanced maybe in terms of the structural reforms that were done in Chile. But we also here see that, yes, there's still a big role for between firm and sector reallocation, but there's still a role for within, and again, net entry, those new firms coming in become critical. I just want to make this pitch. Our operating environment is still not good. We still lag on very non-exotic basics, and we need to keep focusing. I just want to point out, because we have this figure, this should be our moment in terms of global FDI as a region, right? We have geopolitical problems with China. 6 years ago, Trump put on the tariffs on Chinese goods. 3 years ago, we found out that our supply chains were too fragile and too far-flung. There's every reason that by now we should be seeing huge increases in reshoring to a region that is in the same time zone, same culture, effectively, and with the language is pretty easy to learn. But what we see is that if you look at our little bold line here for FDI, yes, it's true, as Sipal noted last year, we got a big repunte in the last year, but we're still below where we were 10 years ago in terms of real FDI flows to the region. And if we look at greenfield announcements, so this is like people saying, we are going to invest this much going forward. Even in Mexico, you see it's below what it has been in previous years. And that's very strange. And Chile, in this case, is the only country where you're seeing big increases, and most of that's in energy and renewable energy. This is strange. You say, well, okay, FDI is badly measured. That's all true. But if we look, for instance, at the displacement of Chinese exports to the United States by Mexican exports, it's about 5% of exports from Mexico to the United States over a 10-year period. That's 0.5% a year. That's tiny, okay? It's just not happening yet. And why do we ask that? Well, one argument is if you ask, KPMG did a survey of businesses looking at Latin America versus other countries, and you can see Brazil and Mexico down there, and you can see wages of those little gray lines. You see, we're below China now in terms of wages. We're attractive, but everything else is more costly in Latin America, right? So political so taxation is higher, cost of capital is higher. Political institutional confidence has been falling. It's still hard to trade in the region. Infrastructure, we invest half of the rest of the world. Our cities, as Jose Manuel pointed out, are congested and difficult to negotiate. Our workers, in our surveys, 29% of firms say they can't expand because they can't get trained workers. That's compared to 10% in Asia. That's a problem of our education and training systems. So let's just, this suggests that we are not getting what we should be getting in terms of reshoring because we're still hard to work in and we have a lot of reforms to do. Just another thing just on credit markets, because we talk a lot about, this process of structural transformation ideally would come from agents experimenting, You have an idea, maybe you get it from abroad, maybe you develop locally, you finance it, you go. What do we see? And this, I owe some debt of gratitude to Juan Carlos Halak's work, but just as one example of why our thin financial markets, which continue to be thin by global standards, are getting in the way. This is just first a graph of quality measured by the average unit values of exports to the United States. And you see that with GDP per capita, the quality of the goods measured by the unit value rises, okay? And that's capturing quality, broadly construed. It could be that you've just convinced people your product is better, but in general, it's better. And we see that Latin America is kind of in the middle there or in the lower part. This can be seen as quality per se, as a proxy for, but also a component of productivity. It's revealing. If we look at this relationship, which we found, if you relate the rate of quality growth with a standard deviation of quality growth, kind of as a measure of risk, all right, you find that it's the rich countries that are both growing faster in terms of quality growth and are taking on more risks. Why can't we take on risks? Well, one reason we can't take on risks is because our financial markets do not permit the diversification of risk the way advanced country ones do. Obviously, managerial quality comes in here too, but nonetheless, it's reasonable to ask why it is that we are in the center of this graph, reasonably advanced countries, in terms of the risk that our agents take on. So I just want to start with that, saying we still have a lot of work to do on that old, boring agenda, which the World Bank will continue to be boring about. Now, I just want to slow structural transformation, I want to argue, is a function not of what it's produced so much in the past than how it produced it. And just some ancient history, and I'll start beating up on our host country. This is copper production in Chile from 1870 to 1970. And you can see in that dotted line that the share of Chile was a dominant producer in 1870, and it fell dramatically by 1910 to the point where Sofofa said the industry was dead. The copper industry in Chile was dead. It revived through the introduction of new technologies, introduced, unfortunately, by foreigners. That tells you that the very same good can have very different impacts on development across time. Copper hasn't changed in 14.5 billion years. Okay, it's the same product. It's homogeneous. Clearly, it had very different desempeño in Chile across time, but also in different countries, because I want to give the second most important exporter of copper in 1860. It was Japan, which is a natural resource miracle. Now, what's important about this? You can see the nice wood block of them making copper. This is not an exaggeration. This made their New Yorker of the time, right? But the important thing is not that they exported copper. It's that several copper companies. You know about Sumitomo, you know about Hitachi, you know about Fujitsu, which are all high-tech and highly diversified Zaibatsu, okay? The question I have then, we were both producing the same good. Somehow the Japanese diversified. Somehow Latin America managed to lose the entire industry to the foreigners. Okay, while we're talking about productivity policies, we have to ask, okay, maybe we start a new industry. Maybe we push and we give it a nudge the way Danny Roderick and Joe Stiglitz are pushing. Okay, maybe that's true. How are we going to guarantee that we don't have the same outcome, where we don't get the same diversification and growth off of something like copper that Japan and the United States, because Gavin Wright from Stanford uses copper processing in the United States as an example of how a nation learns and diversifies. So this is a big one. We also missed opportunities in electronics. Mexico and Korea began assembly in the 1980s. There's no Teléfono Azteca, okay? Same products. We all start small. Some of us upgrade, some of us don't. Textiles, Antioquia manufactured something like 25% of the uniforms of the US Army. It was a major exporting sector. Coltejer was the flagship firm in Colombia in many ways. They lost the industry. Now Coltejer is owned by Mexicans, and the Mexicans are going to back out soon. Okay, why is it that Japan, that Spain and Turkey are somehow still competitive in textiles and Colombia is not? And a lot has to do, I think, in both cases, with its ability to leverage the sectors we're in for more diversified growth. And that's introducing technologies and adopting new technologies, and that's just hasn't been happening. So I want to quickly do why, and then I will stop using up all the oxygen. And again, I want to go back to ancient history, and this is just on the x-axis, we have engineers per 100,000 workers. Think of it as engineers per capita in the Latin America, the United States, Denmark, and Sweden, Canada. And then on the vertical axis, we have the rate of technological adoption. Okay, and what you see is all our countries, first of all, were about 20% of Sweden and Denmark, which had the same level of income per capita that we did in 1900. But we had 1/10 of it. We entered the second industrial revolution unarmed technologically, right? And you see, we adopted technologies much lower. That explains why it took foreigners to bring in the new technologies to mine copper, for instance. And you see Sweden and Denmark were way ahead in terms of number of engineers, and they've done very well. They diverged from us. Deeper query is, why was there no demand for engineers? And that gets to another question. Where were our entrepreneurs? And here's the question. Is a little bit hard to see, but here's a list of various cities and countries for which I could generate the percentage of immigrants among big business owners. I mean, not big ones, but at least we're not talking micros. And then the percentage of migrants in the population, immigrants in the population, and then the overall contribution of those immigrants to the industrialization process. And you see Argentina, they're overrepresented by about 30%. You got a 1.3, and that's okay. They're all immigrants to Argentina. That's not surprising. Sao Paulo is a little bit surprising. It's about 50% overrepresented in the population. And if you take their sons and daughters, it's more like double what you would have expected. You get to Chile and it's 12 times, okay? The immigrants are driving industrialization in Chile in that period. And then you get down to Barranquilla and Santander, it's again 3, 8, those are all Germans, right? They're all driving industrialization there. Mexico is at 26 times what you would expect in there as a share. So there's something, okay, the World Bank's saying you got to get your investment climate right. Okay, but these guys parachuted in from Syria, from all over the place. They're getting pushed out of the Ottoman Empire, blah, 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 blah. They're landing in our countries without the language, without the context, without the elite connections. And somehow they are starting industrialization in the region. Okay, there's something there that we need to understand. And it's not, there are 1,000 history books that will say, look, this comes from the Romans. They don't like to work. They don't like to get their hands dirty, blah, 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 blah. But I think Enrique Mequiver, it was I don't know how you pronounce it, but Chileans will have to correct me. But he said, look, we didn't lack this. We started the copper mines. We started the nitrate industry. We started all that stuff. We built the canals. We did all this. Somehow we've lost that, okay? And to my mind, the way to see this, and the paper we're doing with Andres Zambrano, is think rather that there's a certain entrepreneurial capability that you need wherever the technological frontier is. And if that frontier moves and you don't keep up with it, you can't compete and you lose. Well, that's going to matter too when we start like helping out industries, because if we don't have the characters who are going to be able to take that to the next frontier and keep up with the frontier, we're just going to be wasting a lot of money again. And we're still lagging. These are from the World Management Survey. We see that Latin America, some countries, you can argue with these numbers individually for each country, but you know, in general, we are somewhere around the level of India and Kenya, many of us, in terms of managerial practices. And in fact, one of my team members in Colombia had worked both in India and in Colombia and said, yeah, your SMEs look the same. Okay, we're not at the frontier there. That's a problem. And that's a problem for many things. One is I want to just highlight, because I'm from the World Bank, and I have to say we need more competition, which we do. But one is very interesting if you look at the recent studies by Aguillon on when you increase competition, what fraction of firms innovated to escape competition, and what fraction of firms in their model actually died from competition or contracted. And you find that in France, in the US, it's about 50%, in Chile, it's about 10%, which means you're going to grow slower. You're not going to get that big kick from competition that the World Bank promises you, unless you have firms that are near the technological frontier. And that's important to leveraging FDI, new green sectors, and everything that Jose Manuel has been saying we should be getting into. It's critical to export sophistication we find in Colombia, and it's critical to the failure of the Brazil oil platforms and ships mission in the 2000s. They didn't have the capabilities they needed. I'm going to skip this. Just want to thank you for that. This is the World Bank Productivity Project. We have almost 8 volumes now. These are all free. We're coming up to Mother's Day. They make great gifts. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will. We can come back to questions later on, hopefully, just because you're a little bit behind time. So to move on to Daniel, so Daniel, do you present slides? Yeah. Okay, so
yes, I have some slides too. Good morning. And thanks again to ECLAC and UNU for this invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you. Before I start showing you some slides on productivity growth, maybe allow me to provide a little bit of context on how I got involved into this topic. I'm very glad that William mentioned technology and entrepreneurship, because I also want to refer to those 2 points in my presentation. I work in a group in Geneva that is trying to understand the impacts of digital technologies and artificial intelligence on labor markets. It's a very big discussion in Europe and also in the United States. I think a little bit less in Latin America. And besides the, let's say, fear of automation and replacement of jobs, there's also the hope or the assumption that the massive use of these technologies can lead to higher productivity growth. The only problem is that at the moment we don't see that, and that's not only a problem problem of Latin America, but that's a global problem, that productivity growth rates are relatively weak. And so we started to draw productivity trends for different regions of the world, and this is how I got into Latin America. So, because what we found is this. Maybe have a look at the orange line in the middle. That's what struck me. So each line is a different region, and these are the productivity levels relative to the United States. So the United States are 100%, and it's GDP per capita, so it's in a way well-being measured in different regions of the world. And this orange line that is declining very sharply since the 1980s and was a blue line is Latin America. So from a research perspective, for me, this is an extreme case. And for me, it is interesting to understand what are the factors behind this. I would say from a political perspective, I would even say, how is that even possible? So if you look at 1980, where you see this trend going down, and you compare it maybe to the two dotted lines that you can see, the blue dotted line is the trend from 1950 to 1980 expanded to 2018. So this is in a way where Latin America could be. The red dotted line is a trend that we calculated from the emerging economies. And if you look at the gap between those dots at the end of the chart, I mean, you see a huge gap, which we could do a back of the envelope calculation, but we're talking about billions of dollars that are lost or that are forgone. So this has become so interesting that we started to do a study on this. So everything that comes from in this presentation is a joint paper with Abdul Erumban from Groningen University and with Bart van Ark from Manchester on Latin America's productivity puzzle. I think we use the same data because we have the same 9 countries. We should compare if we come to different results or not. I don't want you to get lost in details here. It's in a way the same chart that you have already seen. But instead of looking at Latin America as an aggregate, we split it into different countries. We have 9 countries that you can see here. And of course, there are some differences across countries. So Chile, Brazil, and and Costa Rica did a little bit better than the others. They could actually increase or reduce the distance between the United States, but everybody else could not, compared to the 1950s. What we're trying to do in this study, and this is work in progress, we try to build 2 groups of countries of the 9 that we have, and to look at those countries that are doing a little bit better than others. And we're at the moment in the process of trying to create a policy pool to look at different policies that these countries have implemented over the decades. And I mean, this is far from becoming a causal analysis, but hopefully we can see some patterns. If there are differences in productivity growth, maybe there are also differences in policy approaches. We call those pro-productivity policies. We have a categorization of those, and we hope that we can see some patterns, and hopefully we can learn something about the policies that lead to more conducive productivity growth. We also tried to make a decomposition. This is a classical decomposition of growth exercise here. The different bars refer to different regions. So each triple is a different region, and it shows the productivity growth. The white dots are the productivity growth rates. In Latin America is on the left, and you can see 3 different time periods, 3 decades. And the productivity growth performance is pretty weak in all of those 3 decades, especially if you compare it, for example, to China and India. And if you look at the factors behind it, you can, with some simplifying assumptions, you can you can allocate the sources of growth into factors coming from capital, from labor quality, and from what has already been mentioned, total factor productivity growth, which is in a way some kind of efficiency measure about how all this fits together. And what you can see from this chart very quickly, I mean, first of all, Latin America suffers on all of those, on all of those fronts, on all factors. But total factor productivity growth seems to be particularly bad. Maybe on the positive side, the labor quality here, so how much productivity growth did actually come from better skilled labor, is actually relatively high compared to other countries. So maybe this is a sign of hope. One has to be a bit careful with the measurement here of labor quality. It's not easy to measure, but at least it's doing relatively well compared to others. Again, there are heterogeneities across countries. I don't think we should spend time on this and get lost in the details, but of course the aggregate is not exactly the same for each country. But you can see here nicely that if you look at the countries that TFP growth is basically negative in many countries over many decades. So the way, in a way, the production process happens, there's something not functioning very well. This is just confirming my last point. So these are TFP indices, and the blue line at the bottom is Latin America. I'm talking about many countries in very long time periods. So of course, there was, for example, a time period where TFP growth was much better, but over the last decade, it has been extremely negative. So the main points, we have also done some analysis on the sectors, etc. A lot of this has already been said by previous speakers, so I'm not showing you those charts. They are attached to the end of my presentation in case you don't believe me, but the summary of what I think I want to say here is, so labor productivity growth rates are really small for this whole region, too small. There is some variation since the 1980s, so there are some periods where some sectors are doing better or worse, some countries doing better or worse. All factors appear to play a role, labor, capital, and TFP. We saw that labor productivity growth in the agriculture sector is actually relatively strong compared to other regions. In manufacturing, it was relatively good until 2010, but now it's declining, including employment. That's also something that Kunal has mentioned. Decline in manufacturing jobs coincides with rising informality. I think that's another important point. And the labor productivity growth in the services sector, we have only four specific sectors there, is very weak. And it seems to me that the problem lies in this sector. I think William mentioned that as well. There are virtually no effects from structural change, from shifts. So allow me with to close maybe with one more remark and then some kind of anecdotal evidence. So for me, Latin America is a new region, and coming from the ILO, of course, I had to use the opportunity. I was last week in Colombia. Of course, I had to use the opportunity to look at the people that are behind these numbers, for which the pro-productivity policies are very important. And coming from Europe, what I saw when you go into these neighborhoods, you see a lot of these stores. The store owner is Patricia in the middle of the photo, and she allowed me to show this photo. I only have this one data point, and I spent a lot of time talking to her. But there were a lot of other stores like this. The whole neighborhood was full. And she was a very intelligent woman with her whole business happening in her head. She knew all the prices. She knew who her customers are. She explained to me how she can invest in a new sewing machine, etc., etc. Everything in her head, everything on cash basis, everything on personal connections, etc. And I think there are a lot of Patricias. This is in Medellin. in Medellin. There are probably a lot of them in Colombia, and I would assume that there are millions of them in whole Latin America. And coming from the labor market perspective that I originally have, I talked to the same people that told me, well, we are unemployed. We are formally unemployed. No, we're informally unemployed. And then the next day told me, no, we are independent contractors. No, we are entrepreneurs. All the same people. I was taken to an association of unemployed with the same people. And another day they took me to a conference of startup enterprises. Micro or small enterprises, formally, informally. So these boxes are, it seems to be, you know, a very big merge of everything. And then I did a quick Google with using World Bank resources, and it seems that the number of these micro enterprises range from 70 to 90% if the World Bank is correct. So this is huge. I want to say that what I realized in that neighborhood, everybody has a smartphone. Everybody's connected. A smartphone is basically a mini computer. The people are quite tech savvy, I think, not in the way that they're going to program an AI, but they're very open to the new technologies. They face constraints to grow. And I don't have time to get into the conversation with her, but we could link that to constraints in terms of education, constraints in terms of resources, market access, connectivity, credit, etc., etc. And so I'm wondering if there is no way for us as policymakers to raise this potential of the workforce and to remove these constraints. I'm going to stop here, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Daniel, that was a very interesting presentation. Again, you can pick up this discussion later, but your observation at the end about a lot of MSMEs who stay small and don't tend to grow, linked to the point that William made about lack of quality, capital quality. I just wonder whether there's some kind of association that can discuss that later. I want to move on to Javier Peterson. I also know that Javier is with time constraints. So, Javier, I know you need to leave after your presentation, but do go ahead. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Yo voy a hacer mi presentación.
Thank you. I will be speaking in Spanish. I have no presentation to show, but unfortunately, as I had said, I will have to leave as soon as I finish, since I have a prior commitment to the ministry. But I would like to begin by thanking everyone for giving this time for these discussions that are so important regarding the economic policies in the region. And my next comment is that probably I will be giving my answers in this panel, but with the intention of addressing them from something that is going to be the topic of the second part of the panel, policies. So I would not like to say what are the sources of these structural challenges in the region, because the role that I am playing, which is the Undersecretary for Economy, and so therefore in the design of public policy, it is evident that in the very design there are sources of structural inequality. And it is important that they be considered when you analyze the factors that today are explaining the low levels of productivity in our country. I will address 2 points regarding policy design and how I believe that with this policy design, the inequalities are maintained. The first has to do with the policies that seek to include more knowledge to the economy. Something that the previous speakers referred to, in that one of the important points that accounts for the diagnosis of the region is the very low level of public investment, but also private investment in CTI. We know that one is the challenge to increase the productivity, not only in Chile, but also Latin America. And this has to do with being able to adopt more knowledge in the productive tasks carried out. And so the question here really is, well, but what knowledge are we talking about? What knowledge would also lead us to ask what productive task are we talking about? And then, of course, you have to say, well, what sector is this? And these three sets of questions, I believe, are very well included in our classic statistical analysis, and that we all know very well. And I would like to begin with the first part. Well, what knowledge? Today, speaking of the challenges, not only social, but also climate challenges facing the region that involve many of the productive strategies that are being devised in the countries and involve a structural change, seeking a sustainability trajectory, so therefore conducting more resilient economies. And so one of the challenges within this more relevant aspect has to do with carbon neutrality, and here achieving a greater energy efficiency in these different industries. And throughout the chain of decision making, there are decisions that are corporate, but also in the decisions of public policy design. And that these could build new spaces of inequality because the decisions and the technological selection in order to achieve greater energy efficiency, they're not neutral. And neither is the productive task that we're seeking to avail with a particular policy to be formulated. And we know well that when you analyze the value chains in each industry, each one of these chains has a potential that is different. And so, therefore, the policies to develop this and the adoption of the technologies is not going to affect the industrial configuration of the economy. And this is important because the technological choices made do build productive specialization patterns that could lead to new structural inequalities. And that could be defining the characteristics of not only our country, but the region in the future. And so we need to consider these public policies to address the structural transition based on a social and environmental development path. We need skills that show the productive impact of these technological choices being made by countries, because this, in fact, could be leading to new structural inequality spaces. And also, we must consider the restrictions to financing that we have in our countries, since many of the technological developments of the innovation that today are required by the more traditional sectors to move towards carbon neutrality have to do with innovations that are more developed than in the non-traditional sectors that we would like to enhance in order to diversify our productive base. And so the evidence is also very clear in showing that the restrictions of to accessing financing restrict investments in innovation for these technologies, and this low level of investment has a negative effect on productivity in the medium term, especially when the distribution of the technological development is not homogeneous in our economy. And so, therefore, the public policy should have development policies that achieve a greater diversity and variety on the subsidy side, but also credit financing instruments that are available to all companies and moving towards the technological leaps ahead that are necessary to move ahead towards carbon neutrality. The other thing that I would like to mention, in order to respond to the questions that we were asked, seeing the heterogeneities that are relevant for the design of these policies, for the structural change and change in productivity. And this has to do with a response to emergencies or productive conjunctures that our countries are experiencing on account of climate change. We know that the region is highly exposed to climate risk. The country has many vulnerabilities and they also have their productive expression, and this has been clear in the latest emergency that our country has undergone. And I mention this because the response coordinated by countries in order to respond to the issues that have to do with these climate emergencies, and this has to do with the space for intervention. And there are certain specificities here that affect the space. For example, the action that the state can carry out in order to direct a reconstruction. I believe that the challenge is that this action by the state in order to respond to productive emergencies could also be designed based on structural sustainable development policies that are sustainable to not only rebuild but recover and build back better. This is important because all the evidence we have today, different countries that have suffered some sort of climate emergency, and this has affected productivity either locally or nationally, show that response time is very important in determining the subsequent impact of the emergency. In some countries, it has been shown that even after a fairly substantive intervention in terms of public policy, but also private investment, the regions that had a very strong productive impact on account of an emergency do show a lower economic performance than earlier. And this is clear not only in our countries, but in many other countries of the region. The climate emergencies are not conjunctural, but rather they have to do with the economic policies to be carried out by countries. And so, I would mainly like to share with you the preliminary data that we have on the latest emergencies that have affected our country since we came into government. The first was in February 2023, forest fires, and they affected close to 1,000 enterprises in the forestry industry. And so the sort of companies that were affected were medium to large. Also in the commercial area, very strong. And after the February fires, we had floods in the months of July and August, contrary to what at least I was believing. And the productivity of these companies was substantively greater than those companies that had been affected by the fires. And in the conditions last winter, we had 7,000 enterprises that were affected. This affected their inventories, but the most hard hit was the forestry sector, more in the agricultural sector. And of course, this summer we've seen more fires that affected close to 450 or 500 enterprises, not forestry, but commercial. And I am presenting all this, what has happened in our country, to show that each one of these productive emergencies affects different sectors and affects differently smaller or larger sized enterprises. And so whatever response given by the state must be with capacity building in order to respond to the various needs that are created on account of these different emergencies. Of course, there are some sectors recover more quickly, and it is important to see why there is a faster recovery in certain sectors rather than others. And we must think that if we want to rebuild just as they were before, prior to the emergency, or not. And so the challenges that were seen in the different countries that are addressing these different climate emergencies There are three, and I will mention them from less difficult to more difficult from the viewpoint of public policy. The first, and related to what I was saying, is having a supply of state help that is sufficiently flexible. So I would say sufficiently broad as well, that would allow the states to have a smart intervention to these climate emergencies, and that will have a clear expression in the territories on the productive matrix of the country. And then we must consider the vulnerability of our country to these climate crises. This is something that would allow the states to build more resilient sectors and industries. For example, we know that there is a commune that depends just on one enterprise, and if that company, on account of some sort of productive risk due to the climate change, will affect the people. So it is easier for the state to build the transition over the years and not just 1 week in reaction to these emergencies.
Y lo tercero
And thirdly, is that public offer that needs to be broad, but not only should seek to rebuild fast to go back to the same. Rapid response is very important. That needs to be taken care of. But these reproductive spaces should be one for an intervention achieving structural change that will provide more resilience in the territories and therefore generating greater competitiveness at the level of the region. Thank you.
Very much, Harvey Peterson. I know you have to leave now. Thank you so much for your participation, and we'll pick up some of the issues that you brought in the discussion later on. Thank you very much. Okay. Gracias. So we have now Andres Solimano. Andres, if you could, 12 minutes or less, thank you. And again, you can also reflect a little bit on the discussions already, the presentations already that's gone through. Right.
Ok.
So you have a little bit of leeway in what you want to talk about.
Sí, sí. Bueno, voy a
Yes, I'll be presenting in Spanish. First, I would like to thank the invitation of ECLAC, UNU Wider of Helsinki. It's a pleasure to be again here. I was linked to the Economic Development Division until 2011. And also I've participated with Wider since its inception in 1985. Even we developed a joint project, ECLAC and Wider, on international mobility of talent. Between 2005 and 2008, there was a book there with the Oxford University Press. It's called International Mobility of Talent. And so it is a pleasure to be with two institutions that I have participated with in the past. Well, I think the discussion of this morning shows several things. I would like to provide some general reflections of what we've heard and from our colleagues here. And, well, first, apparently the concept of structural transformation is in a sort of flow state. It's not clear what it means, because I would say that Chainer's and Cirquin's definition developed by the World Bank in the 60s, 70s, or a bit more, of a transfer of labor, especially, and productive sector from traditional agriculture to the industry. And that was going to be the engine for economic development and growth and productivity. So that started to, in some way, be challenged. And Kunert says it in his book of Cambridge Elements, where you can go in for free. And we have also developed another book with Wider that's called Chilean Economic Development Under Neoliberalism, that was launched yesterday in Central University, Universidad Central with Kunal, Stephanie Jones, and others. I wrote this with Gabriela Zapata Roman. Well, part of the area that is being worked by Wider and supported by Cambridge University Press. It mentions the subject of transition from traditional agricultural sectors to the services sector, skipping the industrial manufacturing sector. That is somewhat in the paper of Danny Rodick on premature or disindustrialization. There is a lack of definition. Some progress is being made, and the database mentioned by Kunal is most valuable. Well, if you see in context to what extent Latin America has progressed in structural transformation, or to what extent Latin America has made progress in increasing productivity and lands down with aggregate macroeconomic figures presented by the Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel. And that shows that reality is complex. It's complicated and gives room for a certain pessimism in that not only the last decade, 2014, 2023, impressive number, the growth of total GDP is less than 1%. And the per capita LMP is negative. But the graphs that the Executive Secretary showed that beginning in 1980, in that decade, Latin America starts to lag and decline its economic growth rates from total GDP and per capita and trending GDP. I was also seeing some numbers where share of Latin America in the global GDP, that of Latin America divided by the world GDP, is constant between 8 to 9%, constantly in the last 50 years. So it's a region that does not converge, or very slowly converges, to the per capita income of the most dynamic countries of international economy. And that is a major problem. Insofar as case history, Chile in Latin America was above the per capita income level at the beginning of Korea, at the beginning of the 60s, and other countries of East Asia. And these countries in the last 60 years exceeded and went above, much above Latin America. And it's difficult to find in Latin America countries producing automobiles like Korea, China, Japan, of course, electronics, electronic devices, computers, ships, vessels, all the traditional things that show a certain degree of productive and technological development, they're somewhat absent in our region. That's a reality that's complicated and provides room for an important agenda on research. Now, the region has structural problems. Some have been somewhat solved. It has been always a region vulnerable to external shocks. They suffered in the depression of the 30s. The debt crisis of the 80s originated in Latin America, was impacted by the financial crisis 2008-9, by COVID. It is a region that is struggling, yes, but it's not the only one. And it's with high inflations, Argentina and Venezuela are the most prominent extreme cases. Two countries that were the most advanced countries of Latin America Argentina, until the 60s, I would say, and in the 30s, was one of the 5 countries with highest per capita index, and Venezuela in the 60s also. But 50 years later, these two economies are really in a profound crisis with problems of very high inflation rates and challenges for economic stabilization. Now, it's also a region with high uh, income inequality and wealth inequality, with inability uh, for example, of correcting primary distribution through the tax system and transfers, or the difference between net Ginies or gross Ginies, or being corrected by cash transfers and taxes. It's minimum, whilst in Europe, with levels of several economies with primary inequality in income distribution, it's not very different from Latin America, but have distributions correcting by taxes, corrected Gini is much lower. And so that shows the difficulty of Latin American states of correcting a structural problem like income distribution. And the elites of the region have broad capacity, and we are seeing this in Chile, uh, of blocking tax reforms or transformative economic processes if it's not beneficial for their interests. So that also has an influence in the structural transformation and productivity. There is economic policy that is difficult, inequality and economic growth record that is very modest in the last decades. Why productivity grows so little? Why the structural change is so difficult? But there are also things, I mean, you need to be careful where macroeconomic data hide microeconomic changes that are submerged or do take place in reality. So you cannot only focus on macroeconomics, but also micro and different sectors. And there you can discover that there are more structural changes than that suggested by aggregate figures. But there are basic things that Latin America needs to do if wants to leave this low productivity trap or several traps. For example, the percentage spent in research and development is substantially lower in Latin America than in OECD. Even Chile, that is given as an example in many things, doesn't spend more than 0.6 or 0.7% of GDP in research and development, and OECD countries almost 3%. So it's not a major surprise that productivity doesn't grow or structural change is difficult if expenditure in research and development are low or modest. In other countries of Latin America are even smaller than in Chile, are lower than in Chile. And also, there is an area that is not much discussed that's worth a while considering, is the technical education or training of workers and of technical staff, not necessarily engineers or higher level technical professionals, but rather, I don't know how it's working. For example, in Chile, there used to be two institutions, there still exist, DUOC and DINACAP, the National Training Institute, and the other one was the University Department of Workers and Peasants that was created, I would say, with technical instructions in order to improve the capacity of workers, urban and rural. Well, those institutions today are a quasi university offering careers of 4 to 5 years, very long, I would say. They used to be 2 years. And some have lost, I would say, for what I know, the emphasis or technical emphasis and have gone into areas that not necessarily, and in other places in the world, in Germany, a great importance is assigned to technical, professional, baseline training or human resources training and a drive, promotion of productivity. So we have two things: technical training at labor level, little investment in research and development. And the other thing that's missing is an economic planning mid and long term horizon. I was saying because in China, the National Congress met and it was setting up a 10-year plan of economic development in China, infrastructure, technology, productivity, industry. Now, the Chinese economy is also experiencing a transition to lower growth and with financial deficits in the bank and real estate sectors. But I think it's interesting that such a major economy that has converged or competed with the US and other advanced capitalist economy will maintain an economic planning horizon, something that disappeared completely in Latin America and in productivity, public and private investment. You cannot live doing economic policy for 1 month, 6 months, change of ministers, change of undersecretaries of government.
And with so much change, there's no horizon on how to allocate public funds. Perhaps the private sector plans better than the public sector, indeed. But the public sector, well, in Chile, there was a used to be a planning ministry, and its name has changed. It's now social development department, and they no longer have the long-term planning capabilities. But we have to look at that kind of thing when we analyze deep structural issues such as productivity and structural transformation. But with low R&D funds, with low technical innovation, with low uh, um, growth rates, without a long-term plan, a strategic planning, with all of that happening, it's no surprise that the numbers are not good in terms of growth and productivity, inequality, as well as other problems. But at any rate, I'd like to congratulate ECLAC for the efforts being conducted in this field. Jose Manuel brought in very interesting figures on investment strategies, and I think that we should bring in external discussions into our own Chilean efforts. And also, UN Wider has been also conducting efforts with new databases, comparing different regions with a global view, trying to look at the structural change patterns. And the World Bank that Mr. Maloney brought is equally interesting. It's very good to see exchange between enterprises that this kind of ILO presentation and intervention be repeated. So, in a few words, thank you very much for the invitation to be here.
Muchas gracias, Andres. Again, perhaps when you bring in the long-term planning horizons that you mentioned, China, and of course that conflicts sometimes with democratic politics in many of the countries in the region, where but then we tend to be more short-termist in nature. So we can come back to that again. I think we should take a break now. Maybe 10 minutes coffee break, Marco? 10 minutes? So we come back at exactly 12 sharp. Yep. Okay. So 12 o'clock, we're back again, second panel, and then we'll have some time for discussion. Thanks.
Bueno, buenos días nuevamente y bienvenidos de regreso
Welcome once more
a esta conversación sobre
to our
productividad
conversation on
versus
productivity
desarrollo productivo.
and
Un saludo nuevamente a
productive
las
development
100 personas que
policies.
se
I
han
wish to greet
conectado
all of
virtualmente.
the persons who
Esto de
are
alguna manera
here with
señala
us
el
through
interés de
virtual
esta
means. And
conversación
that
sobre
shows the
productividad y
tremendous
políticas de
interest
desarrollo
in
productivo
talking
en
about
la
the
región. Yo
productive
creo que
development
ya la
policies in the
mesa
region.
está servida, digamos, con la
I
conversación
think that
que se dio en esa primera
the
parte de esta
topic has already been
seminario.
introduced
Efectivamente,
in the
en
first
esta mesa
panel.
hay cierto consenso con
We
relación a
feel that there is
los grandes
consensus
retos en
on
materia de
the big
productividad
challenges in
que
terms of
tiene
productivity
nuestra región y
that
en
our
este
region faces.
sentido vale la pena mencionar que
And
todos
here I think it's
los
worth
insumos que han
saying that
traído los
all
diferentes
of
panelistas
the
que nos
information
acompañan
brought
el
by
día
the different
de hoy
speakers today,
muy posiblemente los estaremos utilizando en un nuevo documento en el que estamos trabajando aquí
all of
en
that is
CEPAL, que
going to
estaremos
probably be part of the
lanzando este
document that
año
we
en
are
septiembre,
preparing in ECLAC
un
that is to
nuevo
be launched in
documento de esta
September that
institución
includes
haciendo precisamente un
paper
panorama de las políticas de desarrollo
with an
productivo en
outlook of
América Latina y el Caribe.
productive
Como
development
ya
of policies in the region.
mencionaba nuestro secretario ejecutivo, desde el
As
CEPAL venimos insistiendo
Mr.
en la
Salazar well
necesidad
said,
de
we
escalar y mejorar
insist on the
las
need to
políticas de
escalate
desarrollo
and to
productivo
improve
en
productive
nuestra
development
región. Y también
policies in the
decimos
region.
que
We also
nuestra región
say
no
that
comienza de
and
cero
realize that
en
our
esta
region
tarea.
is not starting from
Sin
scratch
embargo,
here,
sí venimos insistiendo
but
en que
we
los
have
esfuerzos en
insisted
Latinoamérica y el Caribe
that
vienen
the
siendo en
efforts
nuestra región,
deployed in the region
vienen siendo marginales,
are marginal
especialmente frente al reto de productividad que
in view of
tenemos
tremendous
y que
challenge
están haciendo
faced,
otros países en la
and
región.
also in
En segundo
comparing with
lugar,
what other countries elsewhere
son
are doing.
esfuerzos donde hay mucho espacio de
Secondly,
mejora en
these
la
are efforts that
articulación de estos
can be greatly
esfuerzos,
improved in terms
particularmente
of
cuando
articulation,
las políticas de desarrollo
especially
productivo
when
están
we look at
inmersivas
these
en
policies are
coordinación y articulación.
in great
Ha
need of
habido además
coordination
muy
and
poca
articulation.
evaluación
We have
de
also
estos
witnessed that there's a lack
esfuerzos
of
que están haciendo
evaluation,
en regiones,
assessment,
lo cual representa un gran reto,
and
particularmente
this
cuando
is
tenemos que
indeed
ver
a challenge
qué está
in view of the
sirviendo para
importance
escalar, qué no está
to
sirviendo para
realize what works
impulsarlo
well, what does
o
not work
eventualmente
well, in order
evitarlo.
to make the necessary
Son esfuerzos
adjustments.
donde efectivamente no se le ha dado un protagonismo a
These
la
efforts
productividad territorial, particularmente cuando insistimos en que
have
gran
not
parte de la visión en materia de
achieved the
desarrollo
priority
productivo
that
debe
they
ocurrir
deserve in
a
the
nivel
region.
local. Han sido esfuerzos
These are
adicionalmente
efforts
discontinuos y ya lo
that
mencionaba
have
antes Simán,
been
de la mano de
interrupted. They
cambios
have not
en los
been
gobiernos,
sustained
donde
in time.
efectivamente a veces se dan
They
mandatos
change
de
when
ajuste de políticas
often
cuando precisamente
governments
estas son
change,
políticas de
whereas
mediano y largo
these
plazo
are
y
mid and
generalmente
long
lo que
term
sí hemos
policies, so
visto
they should last in
esfuerzos
time.
que no están
We
teniendo el
also see
impacto
efforts in
que
the region
deseamos,
that are
que
not
sí se
bringing in
mide
the
precisamente a partir
expected
del
outcomes,
desempeño de nuestra región en materia de productividad.
especially when you look at the
Ese
productivity
diagnóstico que lo planteamos
data
como
in
una
our
primera
region. With
hipótesis
this
y que hemos de
diagnosis
alguna
that
manera
is seen as
confirmado en todos los
hypotheses, but that
análisis
has
y
been
insumos que
confirmed in all
hemos venido
analysis
particularmente
that have
construyendo para
been
ese documento
built and that
del
are part
panorama de las
of
políticas de
this
desarrollo
document, that is
productivo,
a productive development
queda en
outlook
cierta medida
document.
clara, digamos,
This
lo que hay que hacer,
means that
que es
what we
escalar
have
los
to do is quite
esfuerzos,
clear. We have to escalate
evaluarlos
efforts,
mejor,
we have
darles
to
continuidad,
assess them
darle
better,
mayor
grant them
protagonismo a
continuity,
los
more
territorios para en
protagonism,
general
uh,
buscarle dar
territorial level.
mayor impacto, lograr
In
mayor
term,
impacto de estos
in
esfuerzos. La
short,
pregunta es,
achieving
¿cómo se
greater
hace esto?
impact. But the question
Precisamente
is
para
how to
eso
go
esta
about it.
conversación
And
es
that
la
is why we
segunda
will now
parte de
go
del
into the
seminario.
second
Para ella
panel,
tenemos
the
a
second part of
tres
this
grandes
seminar. And here
en
we
el
have
tema de las
three
políticas
top
de desarrollo productivo.
experts in
En primer
productive
lugar, a Juan
development
Carlos Jalaca,
policies. First,
profesor de la
Juan Carlos
Universidad de
Jalaca,
Buenos Aires,
professor from
actualmente
Buenos Aires
en este
University. He
máster
has
ya
worked
hace muchos
in
años.
this for many years
Tommaso
now.
Charli,
Then we have
investigador
Tommaso
de
Charlie,
UMERIT,
a
y que
researcher
hemos
from
venido
UN Merit.
incluso trabajando mucho estos
We've been
estudios
working
que servirán para ese panorama de las políticas de
with him
desarrollo
and
productivo.
with the
Y
results
nuestro
from this
representante hoy en la
research. And we
casa
also
de
have
este panel es
our in-house
precisamente Federico
representative, Felipe Correa,
del
who is a
Desarrollo
researcher from the
Productivo y Empresarial. Así
Production,
que sin más
Productivity, and
preámbulos, si
Management
les parece, le
Division,
doy la palabra a
ECLAC.
Juan Carlos
Without further ado, I give the floor to Juan Carlos Jalaca for his presentation. Juan Carlos, you have 12 minutes. Thank you very much, Marco.
It is a pleasure to be here. I would like to begin delving into the idea of productivity, our notion of productivity through this productivity challenge. Typically, when we think of productivity, we do so in the way at the top there. A is equal to Y over L. Think of this as a function of the primary factors. That is a natural way of thinking of productivity. And so we think then that the challenge has to do with producing more with the same primary production factors. But of course, we think of efficiency, a scale economy, and maybe more modern technology, faster machines, equipment, more reliable, financial restrictions that allow the private sector to invest in that machinery. But I would like to emphasize that I think it is good always to recall that the relevant productivity measures is Py over L. And I would like to highlight the P. When you think of it as this, and that is how you measure. When you're measuring apples and pears, this is mediated by prices. And so that is how you see it. It's not just a challenge of producing more that you're producing today, but also your capacity to sell at a higher price. And so when we think that way, maybe we say, oh, or if it doesn't come to us naturally, I invite you to consider the challenge that has to do with quality design, communication, business practices. And all of this has to do with the ability to produce goods and services that could be sold in the world market at a higher price. And the relevance of getting the world market to appreciate the goods with and pay the high prices you want. And you would say, well, but what sectors are we talking about? And a lot has been said about the sectors. These yes, these not. But the discussion supplements each other. And here what I'm wanting to highlight is that in the opportunities we have, I would like to highlight those in the sectors where we're already producing, and that if we remove the restrictions that we have in those sectors, that too will help us to access other sectors where we're not producing today. And this is applicable to all sectors, agriculture, industry, services. That is what I want to highlight. The challenge has not to do with a wager on selecting sectors or one productive policy to remove the problem that we have not been able to sell at a high price in the world markets. In general, the opportunities that are around for us countries, I don't have time to provide grounds for this, but this lies more with products that depend on scale economies, say countries with lower wages, or exist larger existing scales, and differentiated products. Differentiation has to do with design, functionality, brand, the way that you communicate, the ability to customize is always based on quality. And so I would like to get into that now a bit further. And if we say, well, what is differentiation? There are thousands of ways of setting yourself aside. These are all products that Argentina exports to the left. They have fashionable designs, differentiated elements, pickups, vaccines, art-ons, video games, services, SME services. There is a common issue here that affects all sectors, and that is the one that I'm going to highlight in a moment. And to the right, we see you do not differentiate the different brands, but sectors. So we have blueberries. These are all products that are exported by Argentina, but other countries that export other things. Here we have lemons, beef, and in the middle, wines, where you have country differentiation, and then also at the same time, we have brand differentiation. So differentiation is a pathway towards quality improvements and what everyone wants at the end of the day, having higher prices or payments, wages. But the issue is that this is not easy. It's not easy to export differentiated goods. There are restrictions. And that is what I've always studied. Specific restrictions that have to do with the difficulty of entry in external markets. And this requires specific policies. PDP, productive development policies that understand the issue. And if you don't, then the chances are going to be far less. And these restrictions have to do with, on the one hand, at micro level, with a lack of knowledge of these external markets. Say, years of research, and the main finding is that the literature is recognized each time more, that is, to export consistently to countries, basically developed countries, but also distant, far removed countries. If you want to export your products, improve the quality, and improve marketing practices and business practices. And well, the different brands don't know how to do it. They don't even recognize the relevance of doing that. And this is a difficulty. The difficulty of being able to do what you usually do in the domestic market, of being able to carry a positioning market to the international markets for the differentiated products. And this is valid for industrial basis products or industrial goods or services. And the issue for all is the same. And also what we need is to have a high sector level or macro level. We need to have a support system. We need public inputs and a policy environment, a series of policies that will help the activity of the exporter. And there too, we are failing. And so what I would like to highlight is that these challenges that we have, it's a major challenge that our countries face. And it's preventing us from accessing external markets. And I would like to highlight that it's not that now we have the products, so it's just a matter of commercial promotion. No, this goes deeper. We have a lack of understanding of these external markets and the support systems which get the products to be manufactured in whatever sector, that they have the ability that respond to the needs of these external markets. Somewhere I call them the development divide. So consumer patterns are different, the regulations are different, and yeah, if the ability to address these requirements, these demands, is a form of competition in these international markets, all other efforts, if we don't understand these, all other efforts in productive development are going to have a much lower impact. That is what I have always found in my research of these things. And this makes this is what sets us aside from the developed countries. Today, in general, we celebrate the return of industrial policy because we believe in that sort of policy. But in my opinion, I think that we should not forget that our reality is different. So it is, there are new challenges today with new technology, and it's fine, yes, to be alert and have policies to address that. But let's not forget that we have issues that we've not yet resolved and that we must resolve. So I'd like to make that distinction. And then not only a distinction with the new industrial policies, also I would like to make a distinction with the old way of thinking about the productive development policies in Latin America. The traditional approach of the developist approach. And so the exporting is seen as a natural deepening of what is done in the domestic market. And it ends up restricting your ability to move out. because the scales are different, the logic is different. So a company becomes strong, they gain in scale, it deepens their technology capacities, they build muscle. And then tomorrow they can access the international market. And so this entails a priority setting of policies that I would call substitutional. And usually this is seen as to commercial protection. Supplier development program and so, but I'm not saying that this is not important. What I'm saying is that these are not the only things that are important. There are many others that are usually not considered. And I think that there is an underlying problem, that is the failure as to how these things are considered. That is, the growth of the domestic market does not necessarily lead to the internationalization. There are specific programs that have to do with the inability of reaching external markets. And this requires specific policies. And without those policies, all other policies will have a smaller impact. If you ask me how I see these productive development policies in view of this challenge, this is a very simplified view, just to highlight a point. But to the left, you say that there are policy areas that are directly related to the internationalization. And some had been recognized. International negotiations, export facilitation, financing for exports, export infrastructure, quality upgrading, commercial promotion. And in each one of these blocks or segments, there is a system of players, actors. In each one, and there are different in the public and private sectors that have to do things for this to work, for this to flow. I'm going to give you an example with quality upgrading, but in the meantime, these are specific policies to remove these specific barriers that have to do with the internationalization. And then to the right, where it says other PDPs, there we have all the other productive development policies. We don't have time to get into them, but innovation, human capital formation, all the things that we've been talking about, and those policies are essential. They also comprise systems. We have the human capital formation system must work very well. What I'm highlighting really is the need to have a redirection or a connection with the challenges of internationalization. And all of that in the middle, the need to, you see it in the left as well as the right, these policies are essentially horizontal. But they're deceitful policies, because when I build a quality laboratory, I need to choose what could I build. So if it's a road, you say, well, this is benefits more than one sector. But then it's in that sense that it's sectoral specialization. But then all of these policies must be coordinated at sectoral level, because the issues that are being determined at sectoral level. So there is no contradiction between, for example, having a challenge that does not have to do with making large bets and the policies, that they must have a framework or follow-up at sectoral level and then sectoral coordination, thinking of for the internationalization, and this within the framework of public-private partnerships. That is the basic arrangement, and I would like to highlight just something on the left and then on the right. On the left, the national quality system. In countries in each time impose it far more. An environment. You can have as an example the new carbon tax that the EU is implementing. How do you respond to that? So, and a company could do it on its own, but it's a very high cost. So there is an entire system here that must support challenge. If you need to have tests or, say, measure emissions of one type or another, maybe you should have more than one laboratory doing the test. You must have a calibration of the instruments. You must have some sort of control of these measurement instruments. There must be a certifying body, standardization, how to do the test. And you must strengthen the credibility, your credibility before the rest of the world. So all of these things vary. As a rule, I have down in my slides what is the case for Argentina, but there are many variations. There is one challenge that has to do with the coordination of the entire system. In Argentina, I organized the national quality coordination, and we had a coordinating unit for that. Maybe now it was reduced. The budget was limited, of course, and we have scare high-level reach. But that's what we need to do. I've shown you this for quality, but it isn't valid for each one of the triangles that we mentioned earlier. And I think that this here is an area of policy for productive development that is essential. Each one works well. I've chosen quality here, but for each one, I could say commercial promotion, actors involved, and coordination challenges. But in addition to being coordinated per se, together with the other productive development policies, we need this sectoral coordination. And I apologize, I do not have this in the slide presentation. But the challenge at one point is quite similar. And the coordination issue is also an issue of resolution because it resolves a cluster. So it's not that different. Yes, but it is something that I would like to highlight because it is something that we don't know how to do properly, and policymakers in our countries are not consistent in that this is something that must be promoted, maintained, and cared for.
So this is my last slide, sectoral coordination, thinking about the challenge of internationalization. We lack a lot there. Then prioritize actions aligned with those strategies. I'm saying basic things, yes, of course, aligned with those strategies and achieve the commitment of public and private players and sectors. But in spite of examples where this has happened in Latin America are positive, and also the cluster experiences, in general, they don't have the firm support of authorities in charge of productive policy. It's crucial to give coordination units stability, continuity, and political support at high levels. In my case, I was able to organize roundtables for quality and internationalization in Argentina, but as almost all experiences, when there is a change of administration, these areas were discontinued. We need to be mindful that it's key to preserve these spaces because they only can become stronger with stability and continuity. And so the conclusion of this presentation, what I'd like to convey is that internationalization is not the natural resort of domestic market growth, but requires addressing specific challenges, and that barriers to internationalization restrict productive development in Latin America. What's the point of having a lot of policies of 4.0 adoption or subsidies to innovation if this other problem is not solved? Of course, this disincentivates investment in innovation. So I believe that the productive development framework should be linked to this, to have a framework of productive development policies that is export oriented, that will recognize and address these difficulties. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Carlos, for insisting in that point on the need of working in explicit agendas of productive development policies for internationalization, given that that is not as an externality of what you do in productive development at local level. Let us go on to Tommaso Charlie. Please tell us, how can we move forward in those hows behind the productive development policy? Well, thank you for
So first of all, thanks a lot to Marco, Jose Manuel, and Felipe for the invitation, and obviously to Sunal for the invitation here for this event. I think it's a very important event. I'm very privileged to be part of this discussion that combining two topics on which economies have been struggling for a few decades, probably actually since the beginning of economics. So what I'm going to do really is, well, first of all, let me give a couple of words of warning. The second one we have already discussed. I think we've seen with Daniel, we've seen it with Kunal. We're talking about lots of heterogeneity here in Latin America. The first one is also that I think this very wise point by Paul Jarowski back in time, that any random collection of 6 economists is sure to produce at least a dozen different opinions on the subject of industrial policy. Fortunately, it's only 3 of us today, so it's going to be probably only 6, but still, there's a lot of heterogeneity here, also in terms of the way in which we approach this. And this is important. I think it's going to be useful for the panel, but it's just to say that the kind of things that I'm going to say because of this heterogeneity is trying to systematize a little bit what we know from the literature. So let me, because I'm going to be very short on time, let me give you directly the main message here. What I'm going to say to the presentation, just in case I don't get to the end, which is likely. So first of all, we've discussed a lot in the previous panel the main challenges, which are about the structural transformation, but also the within industry challenges. And I want to go back a little bit about that, particularly thinking something that have not been discussed a lot, which is the heterogeneity within industry, which is causing a lot of productivity slowdown in Latin American countries, particularly. And I want to go back. I think I'll repeat some of the things, so I'll skip some of the things that Bill has already mentioned about the central role of science, technology, innovation, capabilities in particular, in order to address the issue of productive development. And then I will go to addressing these main challenges. And here I'll distinguish between the focus about what might be the 3 areas of policy which might be most important, and particularly focusing on active, coordinated measure to increase science, technology, innovation capabilities, to transform production, which do include all society in that process, and discuss some of the process about how to do that, which goes back to going beyond the policy to something which I think we can call productive development strategies, which are a little bit more comprehensive, thinking about how it is problematic to coordinate policies that have very different effect, which have both trade-off and synergies. And I will discuss in the end what I think, I'll make this leap forward, if you allow me, about what the role of ECLAC can be in all of that. And obviously no pressure, that's my opinion. So let me start with the first part. So we discussed a lot already about the challenges, but let me make briefly 4 points. The first one is, if we distinguish between, sorry, confusing here. If we distinguish between the within and between contribution of productivity within industry, between industry, both of them are crucial. Both of them have been crucial since the Industrial Revolution. What we observe in Latin America, and this is from the latest Latin American outlook from the OECD, is that most of the productivity increase, if not all the productivity increase in the last few years, has been only within, not between. So there's obviously the main problem here is about transformation. It's about moving to sectors which are more productive. But there is also a problem about very low productivity within. But let me move to the second main issue here, which is about the productivity challenges, which is within industries, which I think is deeply related to the heterogeneities and inequalities within industries. So when we talk about low productivity, we're talking about a huge long tail of firms. We're not talking about the excellence. The excellence is there also in Latin America. In the case of Latin America, we have firms which are doing very well globally, but we have a very long tail of firms which are not productive. And there's a huge divide between those firms which are not productive and the very productive firms. And the problem is that there's no spillovers, there's no correlation, there's no relation, there's no integration between those very high productive firms, which is again in the top 5% of the productivity tail curve, and all the non-productive ones. And you can see that, I mean, lots of work that has been done. The connection between the formal and the formal sector is very weak. A new study from the World Bank that just came out this year shows that those inequalities within cities and between cities is what is determining the slowdown in productivity. And the last OECD outlook again in Latin America shows that part of that is the very low social mobility in Latin America. And I'll come back to that in terms of the focus. Third problem, as has been discussed, Latin America is not the only region in which we have a slowdown in productivity, but other emerging countries have managed to grow much more in productivity than advanced countries. And where most of the slowdown in productivity has been happening is in advanced countries. Why is that? Because we're in a new technological paradigm. This happened with ICTs. We all know about the solve paradox. This is happening now with new automation, with AI. When you introduce a new technology, you need to learn how to use it. You have a period in which you have a slowdown in productivity. That's very good for high-income countries. But what normally happens is that the emerging countries use the improvement of these technologies when the paradigm is mature in order to enter the competition. And this is not happening for most of Latin American countries. It's happening, as Gunnar was showing, for the East Asian countries. And fourth point about the problem that we're facing is that we need to consider the productivity challenge in relation to other challenges in Latin America. I think that I forgot the name, Javier did mention that quite well. We cannot think about the potential impact of productivity without thinking about all other challenges such as environment, health, poverty, conflicts. And this is why I think, and this is, I mean, if you look at the literature about productivity, this is everywhere now. And this is why we think we need to think about more strategies than single policies. Okay, so let me make a quick point about what might be the main issue in relation to productivity, which is the investment in, well, any indicator about science, technology, and innovation. So I think Andres has mentioned already that quite well. In Latin American countries, the investment in R&D is extremely low. Look at other competitors. You pick them from everywhere, any area of the world, Turkey, Lithuania, Southeast Asia, all these countries are investing more in R&D. Take any other indicator, patents, innovation, innovative rate, adoption of technologies, number of engineers has been shown before. Take any other indicators. Latin America is not investing in science, technology, innovation. Science, technology, innovation is the core determinant of increasing productivity and growth. So there's really, I mean, that's where we should focus. And I think, I mean, if you haven't read that, but Beat's book with Xavi on innovation paradox, I think is an excellent reading about in all these countries where you have very low R&D, is actually the countries where it's most profitable to do R&D, but that doesn't happen. Why doesn't happen? Because you have all the constraints that we've been talking about. And that I think is very important. But I would make a step forward, and I'll make a step forward with respect to the paradox and say, is it really a paradox? Is it actually the case that the reason why we're not having, and I think this is what you were showing in terms of there are other entrepreneurs who are coming here and investing. So the conditions are there. So I totally agree with you. We still have macro instability, financial volatility, balance of payment constraint. So that's all to address. But the capabilities then seems to me the core. So let me go to that because then we need to discuss where to focus. Right? It's not just the negative things, but let's see where to focus. The first focus that I would suggest is in terms of the technological capabilities. And I don't think there's any shortcut here. It's painful. It requires lots of investment. And here I have a graph on the right-hand side, which will not have the time or the ability to read because it's too small. This is the way in which Hyundai, we made that example before, going back into history, became Hyundai from being a very basic firm with no technological capabilities. I have no time to explain all that process of learning. Martin Bell will probably stay on this slide for half an hour. We don't have that, but it's a painful process where you have at the micro level, at the firm level, the incentives for all the workers to learn, to teach to others, and keep the learning going. And that learning has to be throughout the society. So by reading by reading this very extensive literature about innovation and development, two things to me are crucial. And we keep going back to that. The East Asian Miracle. We need institutional and technological support. We need incentives. We need regulatory discipline. Without these three things, which come from the policy, which come from the state, it's very difficult to provide the territory, to make a fertile territory for innovation. And we need investment into the capabilities, engineering, production, technology, scientific. We need to move to that passive learning from FDI is very important. Technology transfer is very important, but that's all passive learning from technologies which come from outside to the problem solving and then the innovation process. So the key policies here is really building managerial, product, engineering, technological capabilities. There's no shortcut. And this also comes with improving the scientific capabilities. Lots of the countries in Latin America, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, they're not doing bad in terms of scientific production, but there's lots to do. And there's lots of that can be done through collaboration with other countries. However, the important point here is that it is just, again, the distribution is important here. Capabilities of everybody. So this graph for me on the right-hand side is extremely important. This is work done by Aghion et al. Bell and Chetty have done similar work in the US. If you look at high-income countries, and if you look at the relation between the probability that anybody invents, is an inventor, is a productive inventor. We're talking about people who patent, engineers who patent, and the income percentile of their father, the relation is stunningly positive, particularly in the queue. The only inventors who make it are those who come from backgrounds who allow them to contribute to that activity. All the others, and we have a huge amount here of people who do invent everywhere. We heard example from that before. We have everywhere people who struggle and try to improve, and they have the capability to do so, they don't have the opportunity, and that's a huge cost. It's a huge cost because we're missing a lot of capabilities, we're missing a lot of talents, which goes unnoticed. And so in work that we did some time ago, was if you look at the relation between inclusion, so reducing the barriers, reducing inequality and innovation, there's a one-way positive causal relation between improving the distribution and innovating. So the key policy here is quality of education, not just the quantity of education, I would say also the quality of education, and eliminating physical, economic, and cultural segregation. The last point was about selection, but I think I'll skip that in the interest of time. But it's very important to say only one thing: innovation is a risky process. Unless you have the space to take the risk, you cannot innovate. And this is also something that came out before. But on the right-hand side, I think just look at this picture here. These are all companies that the most important venture capitalists in the US, Bessemer, did not fund because they thought these were going to be losses. Now, they didn't make it. They're extremely expert. If they didn't make it, it's very difficult for other policymakers to do it. So how to do that? Here, 5 main points. First, important to define priorities based on the nature of the challenges, and we discussed that a little bit, but I'd like to again underline the issue that we mentioned in terms of capabilities and the widespread of these capabilities and the rationales. Now, this seems extremely simple, but before considering any intervention, we need to consider why these interventions are needed. Now, go and look any government white paper about industrial policies and find where they talk about rationales. You won't find anything. You won't find why they do these interventions. You will find it is for greening, for increasing competition, for jobs, so on and so forth. But these are objectives. They're not rationales. Why do you need intervention? It is important as a yardstick to know why we are intervening. So that's my first main point in terms of the process. The second main point in terms of the process is what I mentioned before, the strategies. So I think we need to talk about productive development strategies in combination, because there's lots of trade-offs and synergies between these different policies. So imagine that you have increasing productivity, which then has a negative impact on the environment. You want to prevent that, because the cost of then going back and reducing that impact on the environment may be higher than increasing productivity. So these interventions that then need to be strategic, cannot be just single policies. And so we need coordinated interventions here. And the third point in terms of procedures, besides the strategies, we also need to experiment. We need to learn how to do these policies. We need to innovate in policy, as we need as innovation in firms need trial and errors. Innovation in policy also needs trial and errors. We need to be able to absorb that cost. And here, I think particularly the improving the interaction between policy and academia is crucial. We talk a lot about innovation, the science and industry. We talk about a lot about how to improve that in connection between research and industry. But ourselves, we don't see any connection between academia and policy. So that's an area in which we can hugely improve. Going back to the evaluation point that Jose Manuel was mentioning before. And we need to nurture policy capabilities. So the people who are doing the policies, the policymaker, they need, and I think also came again from Judith before, they need the capabilities in order to design these strategies. And we cannot think about developing policies if the public sector does not have the human skills in order to design and implement them. And the final point is, and this is where I see probably most of the role for ECLAC, establishing independent bodies in all countries to monitor and grant continuity to productive development strategies. Continuity also is something that came up before. Changing every year the policy objectives does not help. This creates uncertainty for firms. These institutions can provide analysis, vision, monitoring, evaluation. It has to have some power. It has to be some agency and leverage. It has to be independent from government, but it's needed. We have examples in Chile. We have the National Commission for Evaluation and Productivity. We have examples in Germany, in France, in the Netherlands. We don't have examples in the UK. I think as we discussed before with Marco. So there's other countries that do not have it, but most of Latin American countries do not have such institutions. And these are fundamental in order to keep that continuity, that keep certainty to these policies. And ECLAC, I think, is in a perfect position to take this role at the regional level, investigating in monitoring capacity. And this could lead to the design, the contribution to a design of a productive development strategy office, which can connect policy, industry, academia, and civil society in order to maintain that vision for all the countries in the long term. So to summarize, Latin American countries lag behind other emerging countries, particularly in capturing productivity gains. And this is, for me, is the most important issue, because they're not coming when the technology is mature. We're not pretending it's a different year, but even when the technology is mature. And this leads to a regressive structural change as far as I see it, but also at this huge within industry heterogeneity and inequality, which does not allow firms to learn. The mass of firms which are backward cannot learn from those who are different tier. This is particularly related to a weak science, technology, innovation system. So what we need particularly is an active, coordinated measure to expand capabilities in order to be able to transform production, but also to include all society in that process, because we're losing a huge amount of talents and capabilities. And this can be done through experimentation with comprehensive productive development strategies, which are based on well-defined, and what I mean here by well-defined, again, thinking about the rationales for those interventions, looking at the priorities, and particularly building institutional capabilities. And I think CEPAL can play a really crucial role here, both in connecting policy and academia and in creating that institute for the region which can monitor investment policies. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Tomaso, por esa excelente.
Thank you, Tomas, for that excellent presentation and for the recommendations to ECLAC. We have taken note of your recommendations on how we can play a more active role in promoting these policies in our countries. We continue giving the floor to our last speaker, Dr. Felipe Correa. He'll be talking about productive development policies at subnational levels and the challenges in multi-level governance involved. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Marco. Good afternoon to all of those here in the room and all those who are streaming, online streaming. I will talk about multi-level governance and a territorial focus in productive policies. Let me start out by saying that spending in productive development in some of our countries range from 0.2 up to 8.8% of GDP from 2016 onwards. These are calculations that try to quantify the weight of PDPs in some countries. Naturally, that is not easy. We are expanding the number of countries and years. We see here that Colombia is at about 0.2% of GDP, Argentina between 0.4 and 0.8. What I'm interested in showing here or emphasizing here is that if we were to consider only national spending, internal spending, that is on the right hand for Argentina, in 2022, we can lose half of the story. In yellow, we see the spending of regional or intermediate governments. In agriculture, we see spending, and actually, these provinces spend more than the federal government. The same occurs with trade, tourism, showing that the provinces are responsible for 50% of the federal spending. That means that to evaluate PDP policies, we can't just look at national, central level, we must look at the local levels as well. We have tried to go forward here at our division in ECLAC. This is done not only through territorial implementation of national policies, that is, the national government would go down to territory with specific policies for each place. Not just that, but the government, through the local governments, should take up productive development as their own vocation. Why leave it only in the hands of national policies? This has to do with the goals behind development, a comprehensive development of our countries and communities. As Nussmann says, development is a process of individuals and societies, and that consists of progress towards self-realization. This self-realization or integral well-being requires agency or relative autonomy of individuals and communities, which policy must foster. That is a productive development policy. As part of the comprehensive policies and development policies should not only gain more income, more productivity, but should also encourage self-realization through agency, not only of individuals, but also of communities. And here we see the principle of subsidiarity that is well known in EU, not so much in our region. That means that it is beneficial to involve lower levels of governments in the design and implementation of policies as much as possible and convenient. We know that local and regional governments in Latin America do not have the institutional capabilities in order to do so. But that should not prevent us from strengthening these subnational capabilities. I will show you some data soon. A good concept to tackle these challenges and to involve subnational and regional governments in PDPs can be obtained through multi-level governance. This is known in EU since the 90s, and it has now been stressed by ECLAC and OECD. Now, this can come about through a disarticulated governance, as we can see here. The firms and the national and regional and local action is targeting firms directly without interaction. And here, in the worst case scenario, the government levels contradict each other. There are policies that may be against the policies adopted by other subnational levels. When there is articulated governance, then there are synergies between them. These levels support each other and also create positive spillovers. How to do this? Through a cascade system whereby the national governments support regional governments, they in turn support local governments, and the three support companies from different sectors, different sizes in different fields. Here we quantify this scheme for Chile. The big arrow are the resources coming from the central level into the companies. They are involving 95% of the spending. And on the right, we see that close to $40 million, or 40.2% of local governments was invested, and local governments only 17 million, that is 1.8% of the spending of the whole system. Interesting but tragic is the fact that regional governments in Chile have only 2% of public staff devoted to productive development policies, comparing to public officials that the government has in the regions. That is, not all public office officials are into PDPs. Most public officials working there are into other kind of tasks. The regional governments have one as comparing to 50 at national level. So there is a big or excessive centralization that is not convenient for what we are aiming at. We have also seen several possible forms of coordination for good multi-level governance. I won't go into detail here, but we do have concrete examples on this. First of all, we're talking about multi-level councils for productive development of human capital, technical education, and here we see national and local, subnational presence. Secondly, we have groups of network or networks. And these are, for example, networks of government levels or information groups. The others are agreements or contracts, agreements for collaboration or resource transfer that condition national assistance to lower levels. Another has to do with sub-national offices at the territory, and they in turn will talk with national levels. Another are public funds, and the subnational uh, levels can then finance their own policies. This would encourage harmony and coordination between these two levels. A sixth would be plans and strategies for the participation of subnational levels, and another would be dialogue, direct dialogue between public officials from different levels, and often through informal means. Local governments here can play an important role in speeding up productive development in the region. I will bring you two examples. On the left, we measure how many municipalities in Colombia have economic development secretariats. The secretariats are like local ministries, shall we say. And here, together with Montero and Medina, we see that 29% of them have a shared office, 33% have an exclusive office, 20% have an address or an office, and only 20%, for 20% we have no information. If you look at the municipalities that have exclusive office, we have much more than we have in Chile. In Colombia, then, we have strong local action, stronger than elsewhere. And on the right, we have Chile and the number of municipalities that have agreements for multi-level coordination in collective development. We see that 100% of the municipalities have these kinds of agreements. We mapped about 4,000 documents and we saw their content. 15% of these do not consider resource transfer downwards, but 85% do consider condition transfers to local levels for the concretion of PDPs. Of that, 39% need co-financing, local co-financing, about 12% of the total financing, and 46% did not request co-financing. This is one of the mechanisms I've talked about, and here we have already published studies on this. And now articulated multi-level governments that create synergies, emphasizing functions between different levels of government.
Each level of government focuses not exclusively, but emphasizing certain activities. For example, at local level, maybe support micro ventures or support a venture as such, have special attention to, say, tourism, agriculture, which is what they do. Focus on training, technical, secondary training, basic infrastructure for the sale of local goods. Municipal markets, for example, are one of the most extended forms of productive development. And then in certain regions here, this is much higher than in other parts of the world, regional governments can support SMEs that are somewhat larger companies, so rule from 10 to 200 employees, or support initiatives such as clusters or others, or give priority to certain areas of economic activity related to the specialized productive regional activity, supporting higher education, for example, or support local governments in everything that they can do, including the schedules of productive development at local level, or that could be supported at regional level as well. And then at national level, we're hoping that governments may support major investments for infrastructure that are not possible for subnational levels of government, regulations, standards, rules, laws that are not related to the subnational levels as such, and they support exports, the FDI, and financing, and the arrival of financing through development banking, and also with special attention on manufacturing, and as has been said also here, giving more technologically advanced, that includes university training with long-term challenges regarding the productive development policy, and supports levels at regional level in everything that they do and in their productive development agendas. The role of local governments and regional governments, especially important in Latin America, given the characteristics of the productive matrix of Latin America. To see here, no country in Latin America has anything lower than a country in Europe. Informality means that micro entrepreneurs and micro enterprises cannot apply for open tenders simply because they're not registered, and because these entrepreneurs do not have the right technology in order to apply. So all of these are structural conditions in Latin America that must be taken into account in order to design the policy. You cannot simply just copy the policy of more developed countries, because the productive basis in Latin America is different. And in this graph on the right, we can see that 70% of employment in Latin America is focused on micro enterprises, that is from 0 to 10 workers, including single person enterprises, and that a lot of the employment is in fact informal. And to reach these sectors, what is done by the regional and local governments is very important, because these sectors, national governments as a rule, have no reach, and it is very difficult to reach them. And so it is here that we have a major challenge. And then, just to close, a summary, a full diagnosis of the productive development policies also considers what is happening at level, not only in territorialization, but the action of the national governments in terms of productive development policies. An appropriate approach in order to address this complexity is multi-level governance and articulated and unarticulated governance. And there are different ways, basically those that includes financial incentives in order to align what is being done at different levels of government. And one requirement for good multi-level governance is to determine upfront the thematic emphasis for each level of government, and finally local governments as one of the institutions that are interesting to support and study, because there's a lack of knowledge even among us as to what the more than 16,000 local governments in Latin America do. We do know something about the more or less 30 or 40 national governments. We do know something about the more than 400 intermediate levels of government, but the local ones, we know little. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Felipe, for that very interesting presentation, also just giving us guidelines on how to move ahead with the territorialization of these policies. And now for this last part of the seminar, I will ask questions. One individual question for each of our 6 panelists, not only for the last 3. The idea is to recover a little time, and I thank you for 3-minute answers, no more, to questions that are quite deep. And I'd like to begin with Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos, we spoke a lot of regional integration, and this is something that here at ECLAC we are constantly repeating. However, region continues to show levels of intra-regional trade that is quite low in comparison to other regions. How do you believe that productive development policies could help foster that greater regional integration?
Gracias por la pregunta, Marco.
Thank you for the question, Marco. I would not like to minimize the very important agenda of actions for interregional integration, trade, infrastructure, a mechanism, intercountry mechanism to follow up on potential projects that today don't exist. I mean, these projects, maybe they do exist, but they need follow-up and action by both countries involved in a coordinated management, and this is not done today. You need to coordinate actions by the states involved of each of the 2 countries where the companies that could integrate are based. Having said all this, that I would not like to minimize, a lot of our very scarce integration has to do with our pattern of specialization, our productive structure. And that productive structure and the fact that we're in climate changes, and when I think of productive structure, once again, don't think of a structure in terms of sectors, or what sectors yes, what sectors not, but think not only horizontally, but vertically. Productive structure in each sector, what sort of goods do we produce? So this could go up or down vertically. And once again, this is the challenge that I believe that we are not paying proper attention to. Once again, because we do not know. Just 1 minute. Something I would like to compare, because that is the point of this sphere of comparing our views. I do recognize, and I think that innovation policy is very important, and all of the difficulties and the lack of knowledge, scientific and technological, I'm convinced that in the cases that I have seen of exporting emergence in different sectors, and that there is no point in giving priority and emphasizing spending in innovation, because that is what we're seeing today. It is a spend basically by this public sector, a little by the private sector, but the issue is that it's not connected to the needs of the private sector. They've not yet resolved the issue of how to access the external markets without policies that help. That is throwing your money away. And this was done by Argentina. In a lot of periods, a lot was spent in innovation, subsidies, with no results. Once again, I recognize the relevance, yes. Without the resolution of this other issue, I think that the impact is nil. And so I really advocate this, to have a greater balance in productive policies, innovation policy, training policies, and linked to the barriers and the challenges of internationalization. Well, thank you very much, Juan Carlos. Tommaso, somehow in your presentation, you insisted a lot on the need to learn. And going back to the work done by the UK, not even in the UK, where there are important efforts in terms of evaluation. As we were saying a moment ago, what has been done in terms of evaluation or assessment in our countries is marginal. But I'd like to ask you, why do you think that there is such little assessment or evaluation? What should we do in order to scale up the evaluation of these policies and so learn more? Well, thank you. I think that if I really knew the answer to your question, I wouldn't be here.
Two things to mention. The first one is the time of an industrial policy. So you need time to see an impact. So if you continuously have these changes, like and I think the UK case it's very important because as we discussed, is a case which in terms of industrial policy has been extremely unstable. For the government has been extremely unstable in the past 6-8 years. But if you continue to change the policies, it's very difficult to see any impact because you don't even have time to implement it fully. So even going and then evaluating it doesn't make sense. But you can monitor at least the initial steps of these policies. And there's a question about the interest from the policymaker in that evaluation. So when we first worked with the Industrial Strategy Council, which was an evaluation committee to some extent, with not too much power, but to some extent an evaluation committee. What they asked us was, can you please go and look what are the instruments that different countries use when they do have sectoral policies, the specific and sectoral policy, to evaluate them. And, and you go back and you see most of these countries do not have explicit means of doing it. And again, my first the first point is you need some time to see this effect, and you need instruments. And the instruments are there, and we can do evaluations and we can do impact evaluations. But we need also to have an understanding about what is the output that we're looking for. And some of these policies are very detailed, and for those I think there is evaluation, and I think for those we have studies which are very useful. These are particularly in relation to subsidy, particularly tax subsidies, R&D subsidies. For this is fine. You can have a good treatment and good control, and you can have some results about what is the impact of the policies. But policies which require like the increase in the quality, the increase in the capabilities, the transformation of the process, what are the measures that you're going to look at and how long? So in that case, that is why we need, I think, these institutions which are fixed, like you have a central bank for a monetary policy. I'm not saying it's exactly the same thing, but you need an institution which is independent from the government and which does evaluate the industrial policy from time to time. And there, with time, you can do the evaluations.
Gracias, Tomaso. Pasando a
Thank you, Tomaso. Felipe insisted in the importance of the role of the local players and regional players, local and regional governments in productive development. But mainly there, one of the main challenges we have is the weakness in the capacities of those regional and local governments in these subjects. Felipe, I would ask you, what would be the best way to strengthen those capacities of regional and local governments in order to work in these agendas? Thank you, Marcos. That subject is essential. William Maloney also mentioned when speaking about supporting institutions and the importance of having them also at subnational level. The constraints to growth that Daniel Salmon was mentioning that refer to policy, and that officials at subnational levels are very few as compared to officials at national levels, and also lack the necessary know-how or access to databases, to maps, to institutions, regulations in order to support the territories. What we have seen is that first, what would need to be done is to increase the balance between officials at subnational level and those at national levels. That is, assign greater attributions to those of subnational level, jointly with training capabilities or building capacity building. And another deficit is the low capacity and also accountability and transparency. There are certain challenges of integrity at subnational levels that are, or transparency that is at subnational level. For example, in ECLAC, we are providing training courses to the departmental members of Colombia in productive development. We had 300 attendees of the departments and capital districts, and that is the way to move forward, providing them greater know-how, knowledge, incentivizing national levels to decentralize their efforts. Thank you, Felipe. Now moving to the first panel, and I begin with Bill. Thank you very much for reminding us of that boring agenda of improving the business environment in our countries that is still pending. And so I would ask you, how much time should we allocate to that boring agenda versus these productive development policies that will address productive transformation in a more direct manner?
I don't know, but I think they are necessary, if not sufficient conditions. I mean, the area that Juan Carlos is working at, which is actually the interface of the deeply boring and the just facilitating trade, blah, 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 along with the capabilities of building networks and raising quality, all that. This strikes me as where we really need to be working a lot, and especially at the subnational level, actually. Increasingly, I think the most exciting places to be, for instance, in Colombia right now is like Manizales. Those people have been working really hard with MIT, and they want to know how they can make that next step. And it's a combination of getting the boring stuff right, but also getting the capabilities right, including the very specific ones that Juan Carlos is talking about for entering new markets and managing the United States legal system and all this sort of stuff, which makes it really hard for us to export. So I'll leave it there.
Muchas gracias, Bill.
Thank you very much, Bill. Now, Andres was raising a series of elements that he mentioned It shouldn't be surprising that low growth then in our region and that low growth of productivity, but inviting you to the conversation of the second panel, then what would you suggest to do in order to address that low growth challenge of productivity? Well, I think that many things that have been said this morning in both panels go in the correct direction of policies or interventions in order to improve productivity and encourage, stimulate structural transformation. I think that there is an operational micro level of interventions where availability of loans, for example, credit availability for entrepreneurs, or to have an investment fund for young people that have ideas. Here in Chile, Corfo has some interesting programs regarding Innova Chile and other programs as well that are very interesting and help national entrepreneurs and also foreigners receive them and give them money in order to help formulate their projects, and has startup offices, all those operational things to see bottlenecks in the exporting sector or recovering jobs, legal framework, phytosanitary frameworks. All those are concrete practices. And that would be supplemented with a more macro level of what happens with investment, public investment, and private investment. What's the level? Where is it going? That's quite important, I would say. Also, it struck me what Felipe was saying in that 2% of the public officials or employees at local or regional level really focused on productive development. Statistically speaking, it's almost zero, so none. So that shows that something important is failing, at least at territorial level, in the productive development. What happens is that Chile really left that behind and then did some things, but really did not actively support productive development in some dimensions, and that is reflected in those figures mentioned by Felipe. Also, the planning horizon. I think it's important to have policies that will go beyond the administrations of the moment. That is, to have state policies of productive development and not government policies where the government changes and so they move those to new party X and then comes party Y, and regardless. So the continuity is interrupted, and so unfortunately that is very much evident in Latin America. I would say along those lines, those are important things. And the other point would be to study countries that have been successful in productive development. Traditional cases, Korea, South Korea, Finland, Spain also has some interesting things on productive development. Singapore, to some extent. And so that is that governments could establish dialogues with countries that really have developed their productive development policies and are internationally considered more frontier-like. Yes, Latin American countries do some things somewhat there. That is the answer to your question. Thank you, Andres. And then finally, to Daniel Salmon from ILO. Daniel, in your analysis, you were using this paper from Van Ark and Derek Piller, speaking about those policies of pro-productivity. And in principle, it is a broad conceptual framework. So we would like to know from ILO, where do you think that there could be the larger gains in productivity? Where is the highest bang for the buck?
I'm probably not in a good position to give specific advice, but I am happy to reflect on these, what we call pro-productivity policies. Based on the analysis, we were trying to link those policies either to capital, so this would be investment policies, or the like, then to TFP, that would be policies on market structure, innovation, I would count that as well. And then I think from the ILO perspective, I would be mostly interested in how can we improve the labor component. From what I have heard, there is room for further training of skills. I have heard also, maybe it's more of a question. I mean, I don't know if you have a certain amount of money to invest, would you put it in higher education and train more engineers and this research and development? Or do you take a certain amount of money and do you invest it more in basic education of the many micro enterprises that are there? I don't know, do those people get enough support in other associations that help them do basic accounting, how to get a credit, how to use technology to expand their markets, etc., or any kind of other training systems. I don't know. But so I would, from an ILO perspective, probably focus on skills and training of workers, including education, with this idea of seeing them become formal workers, formal enterprises, and hopefully growing. And I think through this, there's probably, I would assume that there's big potential to improve the Latin American countries.
Muchas gracias, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. We should insist in the importance that at ECLA we allocate to efforts in trying to have technology become more streamlined, not only improving managerial capabilities, but also getting this to be more sophisticated, getting it soft technologies to be more adopted and more scopy. Now we are closing this seminar. We thank all of the panelists and the public that has been with us through virtual means. I give the floor to our friend and colleague Nancy from UN-Wire to close this event.
Thank you, Marco. So I'm going to keep it fairly brief because we're a little bit behind time. But first, I want to still thank the panelists who are there today with us. William Maloney, thank you so much. Daniel Saman, Andres Solimano, Juan Carlos Halak, Thomas Yal, Rosa Coyali, Khalid actually in the UNU with us, and of course, Felipe Correa. I also want to end by reflecting on a couple of the discussions we had this morning, which are so rich and so much. We could have had another couple of hours going through some of the questions came up on these issues. From what I see, I think there's a research agenda that we need to think about, and there's a policy agenda. When I was listening to the great intervention from our panelists on the research side, So we've heard on the business environment, we heard about science and technology and innovation, we heard about labor quality, we heard about different ways to organize PDPs at different levels of governance, and so on. I think the question that I would have is that first, there's a question around which is the binding constraint. If you have to tell a policymaker this is the constraint for your country in unlocking productivity growth, what would it be? Because of course, these are all not necessarily this sort of constraints are not all working in the same direction. They may be orthogonal to each other. So what was it that you really think we should tell specific policymakers, specific countries, and would that mean that the different countries with different constraints, and what would that be? So I do think there's a lot of research to be done in this area, and hopefully this event can catalyze a lot of work on this area. Around also a question of allocation of resources, we heard a bit about that. Is productivity really a reflection of this allocation of resources? So we look at the same production positive frontier, but we just haven't allocated resources very well within sectors, across sectors, or is it that we have to push the production positive frontier forward by having more investment in science and technology and so on? So what's the balance here of pushing the production positive frontier or working within the production positive frontier in reallocating resources? It's not obvious to me which way should we go, and it could be good to think of more research on that. On the policy agenda, I think and that's a lot of really nice thinking about this in this room, but there's a bigger question that's looming on this, which is industrial policy, especially the new industrial policy, which talks about dynamic, complementary dynamic, efficient, so on. I think it's still not obvious that is Latin America thinking about a new industrial policy, because the experience of the past industrial policy has perhaps not been very positive, especially with the import subsidy industrial period. So what will this new industrial policy look like? Would it be sectorally focused? Are we going to talk about, as Juan Carlos mentioned, with sectoral targeting, or are we going to be looking at more generalized industrial policy where we remove constraints across the board, as William was mentioning? So I think that's also a discussion to be had about what is the new generation industrial policy in Latin America, and if we are looking at more targeted industrial policy, again, which firms are we talking about? Are we talking about the larger firms, as we had in South Korea with the Chaibals? Are we talking about the MSMEs, who are whole master MSMEs here in the informal sector? So again, like, we have to think a bit more carefully and more reflect a little bit more on this question of the new industrial policy. If we do believe, and I think we probably all do, that that's the way to get at least one important, maybe a necessary condition, not a sufficient condition, to get productivity growth going in Latin America. So I think this is more perhaps for thinking we should think about, and we're going to probably reflect a bit later also on these questions. So again, just to conclude, this has been a wonderful event. I'm so glad that UNIWIDE could be part of this, Marco, and of course the Executive Secretary himself was also wonderful to have his reflections on this, and hopefully this may lead to further collaboration on exactly the things we were discussing around the constraints to productivity growth in Latin America and policies, PDPs, that can actually ease those constraints. Thank you. And I should mention there's a lunch outside. Is that right? Yes. There's lunch outside, so please come. Please come. There's just outside, and please do come and participate in that too. Thank you.